Honourable members, Madam Speaker.
Prayer.
Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness have appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of humanity, we beseech you to look upon with your abundant favor these your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of such important trusts in this land. Let your blessing descend upon them here assembled, and grant that they may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under their deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the good of those whose interests you've committed to their charge. Amen.
Item 2 on the order paper, communication from the chair.
Honourable members, I want to welcome you to this afternoon sitting. You recall in the last 4 days, our men in the national football team, Uganda Cranes, has been playing, and they played 2 games in the 2026 World Cup qualifiers, and they won the 2 games. One was against Mozambique, where they won 4-0, and then the other one was against Somalia, which was yesterday, and they scored 2-0. As a house, we want to congratulate Uganda Cranes for defending the pride of the nation and being patriots, loving their country, and we wish them success in the coming games. And based on that, tomorrow we shall have a motion of tribute for Uganda Cranes, which we had told the minister to bring, and Honorable Basalira. Today we'll commence with looking at the accountability reports. I am happy Park Central has given us all the reports, and we'll consider them today. I want to congratulate Park Central for the good work they've done, and the reports are available. Tomorrow we shall look at Park local government. Thursday we shall look at Park Kosase. Where they don't get reports, we shall adopt all the reports omnibus. This is just for your for your sake, that we want Park Central local government tomorrow and Park Kosase on Thursday. Where you don't bring them, we shall adopt them, because we've gone beyond the time that is stipulated by the law. Thank you. Yes, Honorable Silwani.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to thank you for your communication, and I rise to react on your communication. But before I react, Right Honourable Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to congratulate you upon winning and becoming the second national vice chairperson. Yesterday I was in Busoga, and the people in Busoga told me to congratulate you. in a special way for winning in that region. They
So
are very
you've not
happy
been
and
in the
excited.
house since.
Yeah, that is why I came, and right on, I wanted to start from that note. Congratulations, and we are very happy as
Thank
the
you.
Basoga for
Thank
you
you.
being our Mulamo and you are in that position. Right Honourable Speaker, I rise on the issue of Uganda cranes. We are very lucky that we won 2 matches, but wouldn't it be good for us to first continue winning because these are young people? Are we not going to excite them and make them so happy and they think that they have reached and they don't perform very well if we give them tribute after the 2 matches? Couldn't we wait like 3-4 matches, then we now thank them and give them the effort? It is just a
Honorable
thought, right, Honourable Speaker.
Silwanyi, Uganda Cranes has 10 teams, 10 international teams. The one that we are paying tribute for is the Chan team, the one that has just qualified, that has just completed Chan. And remember, they went into semi-finals. That was the first of its kind in Uganda. The first time Uganda Cranes is going into that.
Right Honourable Speaker, I concede.
Now, the team that is playing now for World Cup qualifiers is the main team, Uganda Cranes team. They have under 17, under 14, the main Uganda Cranes. They have the girls.
I concede, right Honourable Speaker.
That's a problem of not having interest in sports. Yes, Sarah.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to respond to one of the issues that you had given in your communication regarding the accountability committees. Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, you will note that some time back I did submit a motion to your office so that we could discuss the issue of the omnibus adoption of these reports. You even recall recently, Right Honourable Speaker, when we had the MOBS principal charged in the anti-corruption court, and we started asking which report is this, because it was Auditor General's report. And I recall that as a committee, Right Honourable Speaker, we were being told that that was a forensic audit report and we would find
And she did
time.
not come here.
No.
No.
Yes, we
That
would
was
find time. We have the reports.
That was a special audit asked by the President, human resource audit.
Right Honourable Speaker, we have the forensic audit reports on human resource. And even in discussing the Auditor General's reports on matters of human resource, we would leave them awaiting to specifically sit and consider the report, the forensic audit report separately. So, Right Honourable Speaker, the Constitution mandates this House to actually scrutinize these reports, because some matters can actually be resolved when the accounting officers appear and explain. However, when we adopt them omnibus, then we are actually not abiding by the constitutional provision which says that Parliament shall consider, scrutinize, and debate. We are actually not doing that when we do the omnibus. So this is why, Right Honourable Speaker, how I wish that we devise other ways and means so that as much as possible, we actually do scrutinize these reports other than adopting omnibus, and then we end up finding certain challenges. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Honourable Sarah, when you refer to the Constitution, I also want to refer you to the Constitution 163(5). Parliament shall, within 6 months, after the submission of the report referred to in Clause 4 of this article, debate and consider the report and take appropriate action. The reports that we've given out have gone beyond 6 months. It is a constitutional provision, and you saw to uphold to this constitution. Secondly, there is a precedent that was set in this House in August 2020. There was a motion that was moved in this House, and you were in this House, where Honorable Nandala brought a motion, and then the Right Honorable Speaker, the motion took the day, and it was agreed, where the committee, an accountability committee, does not consider the report within the prescribed time of the Constitution, it shall be adopted. It's not a matter of debate. Next item. Honorable members, in the public gallery this afternoon, we have pupils and teachers of Kagando Primary School from Kasese. Kasese? They are represented by Honorable Kabugo Florence and Honorable Mohindo Tony. You're most welcome. Join me in welcoming them. Still in public gallery this afternoon, we have pupils and teachers of Mommy's Care School from Ajuman. Welcome. Thank you for coming. They are represented by Honorable Ababiku Jessica and Honorable Moses Ali. Most welcome. You've seen how your MPs are loved by MPs. Join me in welcoming them. Thank you. Still in the public gallery this afternoon, we have a delegation of Human Resource Managers Association of Uganda, Governing Council members, and they include Mr. Ronald Bossa Chibuka, who is the president. Where are you? You're welcome. Ms. Joyce Nakalema, finance director, welcome. Mr. Andrew Kawesa, director for professional development. Mr. Waswa Moses, director public relations. Where are you? Angel Ayeva Sibwe, you're welcome. Then Dawa Innocent is a member. They are here to witness the presentation of the Human Resource Management Professionals Bill that is coming in next. Most welcome. Join me in welcoming them. Yes, Mukatulik.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also want to congratulate the Uganda Cranes because I'm an ardent supporter of the team. But my procedure matter is on a number of petitions, Madam Speaker, that have come to your office related to salary enhancement for science teachers. And of recent, there is a saturation running around information that one sector, the UPDF, have been given very good salary from private to captain. And the teachers, police officers, and the prison fall in the same bracket. And my procedure matter is to know whether Ministry of Finance and Public Service has increased the salary of a private soldier from 400,000 to 1 million point something, but has left out Uganda police, has left out Uganda prison, plus primary school teachers who fall in the same bracket. Could we know, Madam Speaker, whether this enhancement of 960 billion was given to only Uganda People's Defense Forces from private to captain?
Now you're
so
you're mixing two things. You're speaking about petitions that come to my office and do not see the light of the house, but you're also sneaking in the issue of UPDF. First of all, when the petitions come to my office, I want to refer you to Rule 31. Those petitions, either if they are urgent, like the one you're speaking about of the teachers, we write to the minister that is responsible for that docket, and we ask the minister to act. Or the petitions come to the floor. As we speak now, we do not have a petition in our office. That is not the end where the petitions are supposed to end. They are supposed to end in this house and either go to the committee or go to the responsible minister. And then the issue of UPDF, that is another matter. If you have an issue with that enhancement, then you can raise it on its own. Don't relate UPDF together with the teachers. These are two different disciplines.
I'm most obliged, Madam Speaker. A while ago you said that we have a person in this house about the issue of the Onandala Mafawi. And that's why I said a number of petitions in your office, because as a speaker. So the issue I'm raising is still related to the same as you stated a while ago. But what I'm saying is that I'm not against UPD. Actually, I'm happy with them. But salary scale and the public service standing orders is the same. So I was only asking if finance could come with your powers to explain, and the Prime Minister is here, whether people under the same scale.
Actually, it should not be finance, because finance is told to pay. Let the Prime Minister.
Yes, because that's what I was saying. I am avoiding UPDF for safety of my words now, but under the same scale.
And remember, we approved that salary enhancement of UPDF during the policy statements in this house. And that money was approved by this house, which went to UPDF. Minister, Honorable Chivumbi, when you were away, I was praising you for bringing reports. Lope.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to join you to congratulate the Cranes upon the sterling performance. But I want to associate myself, as I make my take on the accountability committees, I want to associate myself with the Honorable Sarah Opendi on this omnibus provision, which came to this House courtesy of the Honorable Nandala's motion, and it has become a precedent. Madam Speaker, it is true that accountability committee reports are time-bound, but the challenge these committees face also after accounting office has realized that they are time-bound. They keep dodging to appear in order for this, most of the reports to be approved, omnibus. Earlier, Madam Speaker, there were proposals to even split these committees to make work lighter. Like, for instance...
Actually, there are about 30 or 40 members in the committee. You can have subcommittees working.
Yeah, like it has been, I think it is... I've keenly observed the local government. For them, they split and have those committees, about 4 of them, or 3 or 2 subcommittees.
Yes, subcommittees.
But earlier, I think it was the Honorable Okupa Elijah who had moved a motion. I don't know whether that was a motion, but he had proposed that the Committee of Park Central, local government, would be split to have local governments like districts on their own, and the cities and municipalities, or rather urban authorities, and another committee, like you have done, Madam Speaker, with the Committee of Infrastructure. And I thought that was a brilliant idea.
That is food for thought. We shall look at it later.
Most obliged, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Next item. Bring your reports.
Item 3 on the order paper. Bills first reading. The Human Resource Management Professionals Bill 2025.
Honorable members, The right of a private member to move a private member's bill is enshrined in Article 94(4)(b) of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, and pursuant to Article 91 of the Constitution of Uganda and Rule 127 of the Rules of Procedure, I will then invite Honorable Namubiru Margaret, workers' representative, to table a bill for the first reading. Honorable Chivumbi, can she first table the bill, then you come?
Yeah, thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. And the issue here is a request for space on the order paper for the bill's first reading. I remember that on the 15th of February 2022, Parliament granted me leave to introduce a private member's bill entitled Human Resource Management Professional Bill. And the colleagues in that area are with us, as you have already mentioned. But on 30th April 2025, the Clerk of Parliament requested for a certificate of financial implications for the bill from the Minister of Finance, which was granted on 10th July 2025. This is therefore a request for space on the order paper to enable the bill's first reading under the Rule 134 of the Rules of Procedure. And I have with me the certificate of financial implications and the bill itself. I request that I lay on the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Margaret. Honorable members, pursuant to Rule 135 of the Rules of Procedure, the bill stands referred to a joint committee of public service and local government, and the Committee on Gender, Labor and Social Development. I will urge the committee to process this bill as soon as possible. Thank you. Yes.
Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, just bear with me. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg your indulgence on this one. Right Honorable Speaker, the country laid itself for the general election, which is a constitutional body. In my other capacities, I'm a deputy president of National Unity Platform. There are continued abductions, arrests across the country.
Honorable Chivumbi, what are you raising? We passed that level.
No,
what we can do, what we can do, I will give you time when you're making your presentation, your report. Those can be your opening remarks.
My request was simple, that tomorrow you avail us time on the order paper for us to present the extent of the abduction that are going on tomorrow. The leader of opposition is not here because Honorable Betty Namboze lost a father. The burial is today. So that's why most of our members are not
I'll
around.
give you space on Tuesday, next Tuesday, because tomorrow is congested. Because today you have your park report, which is going to take long. I'll give you next Tuesday. Thank you. Next item.
Item 4 on the order paper, statements by ministers. Item 4.1, statement by minister on the petition of Uganda Local Governments Association and Urban Authorities Association of Uganda on the status of service delivery in local governments.
Thank you. Procedure matter.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, last Thursday, I did raise the issue of the guidelines that were issued by the Ministry of Education regarding tours, proms, and other things that happen in schools today. the Minister of Education and Sports, the State Minister, Honorable Gwang, who is here in the House, pledged to bring those guidelines to this House. And since he's here, Right Honorable Speaker, and it's not an item on the order paper, would it not be right that procedurally, that he lays those guidelines and we dispense with that business, Right Honorable Speaker?
Thank you. I think you're itching to speak to Honorable Gwang. Honorable Sarah, when there is any communication to the House, it will come through the Speaker's office, and then it ends up in the what? In the House. So Honorable Minister is going to bring the guidelines first to the Speaker's office, and then it will be relayed to the House. So Honorable Minister, you'll do the needful. Thank you. Honorable members, you recall on Wednesday, 3rd September 2025, the House received a petition of Uganda Local Governments Association, ULGA, and the Urban Authorities Association of Uganda on the state of service delivery in local governments. Whereas the minister was ready then, he had ready answers for all the issues that were raised. We requested the minister to to present it today, so that most members are here and can participate, because all of you have local governments, and some of you claimed you lost elections because of the service delivery. So the minister is here to answer. You lost elections during primaries. Yes. So, Honorable Minister, can you present your reports? I had Olga people here. Okay, I think they are still coming.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The statement by the Minister of Local Government on the petition of Uganda Local Government Associations, that is Uganda Local Government Association, ULGA, and the Urban Authorities Association of Uganda, UAU, on issues affecting service delivery in local government. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, the statement has been uploaded. I begin with the introduction. On the 24th of August 25, the local government associations, ULGA stands for Uganda Local Government Association, and UAAU, which stands for the Urban Authorities Association of Uganda, presented a petition to the Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament outlining 10 issues affecting the delivery of service by local governments. On the 3rd of September, the Right Honorable Speaker referred the petition to the Minister of Local Government for immediate handling and reporting back to the House. So, honorable colleagues, the statement presents our response on the 10 issues raised in the petition of the local government associations. Issue number 1, induction of local government leaders. And the local government associations petitioned the Speaker because the Ministry had not carried out induction of the councillors this term of office. Right Honorable Speaker, induction of councillors is necessary to enable them effectively execute their leadership mandate. It builds their confidence with respect to their roles and with respect to understanding operations of local governments. Induction of councillors is positively correlated to the level of services provided by council to the citizens. Unfortunately, this term of office, the Ministry was unable to conduct induction of the local government leaders due to budgetary constraints. We raised this each year in the budget, but it was considered as unfunded. We are grateful to some development partners and projects who funded training of councillors in some districts and urban councils. It's also true that some local governments were able to use their meager local revenue to carry out minimal training of councillors. As an action point, Right Honorable Speaker, the Ministry undertakes to prioritize this activity in 2026-27 financial year. Our requirement is 30 billion shillings, and this will cover induction of all councils and provide basic tools such as the Local Government Act, Council Model Rules of Procedure, a copy of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, the Physical Planning Act, and other documents which are required by the councillors. We undertake to do this at the beginning of the new term of office of the local government leaders. I therefore would like to call on your honorable colleagues that we move together on this. We need councillors who know their role, and therefore we need to induct them right immediately after they are sworn in. Secondly, the issue of salaries of local government political leaders. Right, Honorable Speaker, the local government associations raised this issue because the local government leaders are poorly paid, and their pay has not increased for the last 20 years. We observe that appropriate facilitation and pay of duty bearers is a statutory obligation. Unfortunately, the local government political leaders across board are not so well paid, and they are not well facilitated. We commend them for their patience and selfless service and sacrifice to the country. I'd like to observe that the least paid is the chairperson LOC1, who is paid only 10,000 shillings per month. It is so little that we can't pay it to everybody every month, so we aggregate it and pay it annually, 120,000. His Excellency the President has directed that the remuneration of political leaders be enhanced with effect from 2026-27. We are covering this, and on Monday this week, I presented the proposal to Cabinet. This is still being processed by Cabinet, and we shall keep the country informed of the results. Item number 3 was the issue of transport for top political leaders of local government. Right, Honorable Speaker, the associations complained we've not provided vehicles for the top leaders of the local governments. This time we provided bicycles to all the LOC1 and LOC2s. We also provided motorcycles to the LOC3 chairpersons. And we've not been able to facilitate in terms of transport to the district and city and municipal leaders. Transport facilitation is necessary for mobility of the local government leaders to enable them execute their leadership responsibilities. The Local Governments Act, Schedule 3, makes transport duty facilitation for district chairpersons, city mayors, and municipal mayors mandatory. But for the speakers, it should be monetized. Government has procured brand new vehicles, Toyota double cabin pickups, for all district chairpersons, all city mayors, and all municipal mayors. The first batch of 90 vehicles will be in the country by the end of September this month. As I speak now, we have already received 45 of these vehicles. The last batch is expected not later than November 15th, 2025. We'd like to thank His Excellency the President, the Cabinet, and Parliament, especially you, Right Honorable Speaker, for prioritizing appropriation of 35.2 billion shillings in the supplementary budget in April this year for this purpose. We are delivering. The chairpersons and mayors will get their vehicles. Number 4 was on staff recruitment. Right Honorable Speaker, the local government associations complained of inadequate staffing, which was affecting service delivery. We do agree that adequate and well-trained staff is sine qua non, indispensable condition for efficient service delivery in local government. We'd like to observe, however, that there has been improvement in staffing in local government levels, including the cities, although we are not yet at 100%. Right Honorable Speaker, whereas we were at 52% in 2019, I have the evidence here showing that currently the staffing has improved to 70% generally. I can read you some of the critical posts the district CDOs, Chief Commercial Development Officers, they are at 81% in the 135 districts. The principal human resource office managers are also at 81%. The district education officers, when I say at this percentage, I mean it. We have 96 out of 135, which is 71%. The district health officers are also at 71%. The district engineers, this is the least staffed, are at 27%. We only have 36 out of 135. The situation is not different in the cities, because in the 10 cities, in terms of city health officer, we have 80%. Out of 10, we have 8 of them. In terms of principal human resource officer, we're also at 80%. In terms of the city commercial officers, because this is in charge, especially important for trade, we are at 70%. The city engineers, again, we are not doing so well. We are at 50%. And the city physical planner at 30%. I beg to lay on table the statement summary of critical posts of local governments as at August 2025.
Please lay.
Right Honorable Speaker, the Ministry shall continue engaging Minister of Public Service and Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development to improve the wage bill of all local governments. Last week, the local government negotiation team, we have, in accordance with the Constitution, the conditional grants are negotiated between the local governments and the sector ministries. And that was done last week, and there was a negotiation with public service. We are aiming at carrying out realistic wage analysis for these critical posts so that we have substantive officers for the most critical posts to 100%. Furthermore, I'd like to observe that Minister of Public Service has put in place measures to expedite approval of requests by local governments to recruit and to fill the district service commissions. The Public Service Commission is expediting the requests to appoint the district service commission members. I think this should help us to result in less delays in the recruitment of staff. Issue number 5 was road equipment for cities and municipalities. The district urban community access roads are a responsibility of the local governments under decentralization. So each level has its own unique type of road for which it is responsible. Government has provided road equipment to all the districts, although some are reported to be in poor condition, and 13 of the districts got partial units. Government undertakes to procure a full set of road equipment units for all the cities, and some critical equipment for municipalities next financial year. When I talk of the full set, I mean a grader, a wheel loader, a roller, a bowser, bump truck, tipper, and pickup. And we shall do that. Issue number 6 was the road fund for town councils and sub-counties. The local governments, through the associations, pointed out that we have not provided road fund for the newly created town councils. And I think this is right. But as pointed out, the local governments have been negotiating with the Minister of Works on this. And it's not good, because inadequate funds for local governments affects the mobility of the citizens in the rural areas especially, and affects the implementation of PDM. So I'd like to confirm that Minister of Works, I've talked to my colleague, Minister of Works and Transport, is committed to provide funds through the budget for road maintenance for all town councils and sub-counties in the next financial year. This is their undertaking. I don't know whether the minister is here, he could respond to that. Why not now? But that would require perhaps a supplementary budget. Issue number 7, very important as well, the issue of physical planning grant. Right Honorable Speaker, this comes especially from the urban authorities. Uganda is one of the countries with a high rate of urbanization. Our projection is at about 5.3% per annum. Indeed, colleagues, you know that when you leave home, you go back after a year or two, you'll find the growth centers in the rural areas have already grown into trading centers. It is important, therefore, that we plan for this urban growth so as to avoid slums and other pitfalls of poor or failure to plan. Honorable colleagues, in the last 2 financial years, government has been providing 2 billion shillings in totality for physical planning for all the urban councils. And we've only been able to cover 40 urban councils. I'd like to give relief to the urban authorities and to honorable colleagues. I personally discussed this matter with His Excellency the President last Monday, not this one, the last week. And he directed that we increase this provision substantially so as to cover all cities, municipalities, and town councils. The President is interested in having modern, well-planned, and attractive cities and towns. And his instruction is to budget for shillings 2 billion for each city. For physical planning, shillings 300 million for municipal councils, and shillings 50 million for town councils. We hope this will lead to better, livable, and attractive towns. We shall work as Minister of Local Government with the Minister in charge of Lands, Housing, Urban Development, and Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, to put in place measures to actualize the vision of His Excellency the President of a well-planned country. We call on the local governments. This kind of relief should result in better physical planning of our towns. So strengthen our resolves, colleagues in local government, so that we put our towns to good standards. As ministries affected, we shall strengthen our capacity for supervision and monitoring of this undertaking. Issue number 8, centralization of local government revenue. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, you will recall that this Parliament made a resolution that the local government own source revenue should be retained by them instead of being sent to the consolidated fund and they wait for a month or 2 or 3 and then it is sent back. The local government associations have complained against this practice. We as the ministry, we are at par with Parliament and the local government associations. We totally think that local governments are able to manage their local revenues. Then they should be able to utilize it, account for it, and give the necessary services to the people. So we continue to engage the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development on this matter, so that the local governments are allowed to retain their local revenue. I've heard that it is the Public Finance Management Act which brings this about, but Right Honorable Speaker, my team has examined the Public Finance Management Act. Allow me to quote 2 provisions which are critical to this. Section 27(3) of the PFMA states, a vote, state enterprise, or a public corporation shall retain revenue collected or received where the revenue is in form of levies, licenses, fees, or fines, and the vote, state enterprise, or public corporation is authorized through appropriation, not application, through appropriation by Parliament to retain the revenue. Moreover, Section 28(1) of the PFMA, which provides that all revenue or other money raised or received for the purpose of the government shall be paid into and shall form part of the consolidated fund. Honorable colleagues, this does not apply to all votes, especially local governments, because under the interpretation clause in the PFMA, government refers to central government. So local governments are saying, Honorable Minister of Finance, whichever instrument you used, we're ready to engage with you so that we see what justification money has to be moved from Kisoro. It comes here, we look at it, and then we send it back after 2-3 months. Meantime, people are complaining of garbage. Meantime, the councillors are not yet paid. And then it has caused us a little bit of friction between the local governments because there is a sharing arrangement for local revenue. Now, when the sub-counties collect their revenue and it comes to the center. When it is moved from central government back to the districts, some districts keep quiet and they use the money. And the sub-counties down there never know that this money has come. So to us, we don't yet find any justification under decentralization by devolution to make an enterprise which has the powers under the Constitution to collect revenue, to appropriate, and to move its supplementary budget. To bring the money here, you look at it, then after 3-4 months, you send it back. Maybe one time they may ask for an interest for those 2-3 months. Item number 9 was regular elections of LOC1 and LOC2. The local government associations petitioned you, Right Honourable Speaker, because we've been extending the term of office of the LOCs. And they're pointing out this is not good. These LOCs have a term which they agree on with the population during voting, so we should abide by it. The term of office of the administrative units, when I talk of administrative unit, I mean LOC1 and LOC2. They are not local government. We call them administrative units. Has been extended in line with the Local Government Council's Regulation 12D. The reason has been mainly the lack of funds to conduct the elections. In order to solve this matter once and for all, government has harmonized elections of the local councils with the general elections and elections of local governments, with the effect from next election 2026. The budget for elections of the local governments is part of the Electoral Commission general budget for the next elections. So we are saying we are no longer going to have another election mid-term of LOCs. After the elections of the president, the members of parliament, the LOC5, the LOC3, the Electoral Commission will continue with elections of LOC1 and LOC2. The final issue was ULGA UAAU subvention. Right Honourable Speaker, government appreciates the work done by the local governments in keeping decentralization on track through the associations. Now they have been complaining because there are budget cuts. We do, through the Ministry of Local Government, give what we call a subvention to ULGA and to UAAU. The Ministry has been providing shilling 300 million to cover these associations. That is 200 million to ULGA and 100 million to UAAU. However, indeed, they are right. For example, last year, this was cut to only 60 million because it is categorized as other in the budget. So it is susceptible to budget cuts. So we plan to double this amount to 600 million next financial year. And we're going to discuss it with the Minister of Finance to agree, because these associations help us a lot as government. We need them. We have also strongly advised the associations of local government to mobilize their members to pay their subscriptions on time, because the members' own support and ownership is the bedrock for survival of any association. But we're also going to change the categorization in the budget to move it from other to give it its own standalone budget line, so that it's not seen as money which is available for budget cutting. In conclusion, Right Honourable Speaker and honourable colleagues, would like to take note of the request of the local governments through the associations to have a meeting with His Excellency the President. They made this request to you, Right Honourable Speaker. I've discussed this matter with His Excellency the President. He is the patron of ULGA. He's the key proponent and defender of devolution. And I can confirm to your honourable colleagues, His Excellency the President will meet the district chairpersons and mayors soon. We shall communicate the actual date and venue to the local governments. We're just waiting for the indication of the date and venue from the Principal Private Secretary of the President. But he's going to meet them. Much as the local governments in their opening statement decried what they called deteriorating quality of service delivered at the local government level across the country, I wish to correct this impression. The annual assessment of local governments by the Office of the Prime Minister and other bodies shows a tremendous improvement in services, which is attributed to government programs which are funded under appropriation by Parliament and are implemented by the local governments. Programs like UGIFT, USMID, PDM, EMYOGA, SAGE, and others, they have made a critical improvement. You look at PDM itself, since we started, we were just, I think we're about 40% households in subsistence. As we speak now, the UBOS statistics show we have moved down 33%. And this is implemented through the local government structures. So the local governments have also stepped up collection and administration of their own revenues. Right Honorable Speaker, whereas the urban authorities in 2021-22 collected 29 billion, last financial year collected 51.3 billion. The districts generally have moved, they are now towards 300 billion. And this is because of digitization, but also more active understanding that they need their own local revenue. So for me, the situation is promising. Our task ahead is to deepen decentralization, to defend it and not to weaken it. This is because it is a key policy of government for service delivery, for wealth creation, and for mobilization of the communities. I beg to present this statement to you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Minister, for the response and action points. And when you hear the local government team saying deteriorating service delivery, you look at what you have just talked about, the human resource. In most of these districts you go, classes are empty, there are no teachers. The hospitals, the hospitals don't have medics. So they are right to say that there's a deteriorating service delivery. The roads are in poor condition because they don't have equipment. Honorable Minister, what these local government people are saying is an eye-opener for us. It helps us to plan. We should not sugarcoat it and say that everything is okay because we have PDM and whichever. But for us to reach to the end user of PDM, the road should be worked on. We need the road to be worked on. How do we collect that money then if these people do not have the workers to do that? So I think these people have a point which we must handle. We must resolve it. Honourable members, you've heard. But also on the issue of the monies that are collected, we need to appreciate that when you look at Article 176 of the Constitution, that's where it talks about the local government system. However, when you look at Article 191 of the Constitution, the power to levy and appropriate taxes is on Parliament, and it gives powers to local governments to collect money, taxes, levies. However, Parliament also enacted a law, that is the Public Finance Management Act, which now controls on how that money is collected and used and how the money should come to the consolidated account. Maybe one thing that we should request is when these districts collect money and they budget for that money, the money should be sent to them to be used early enough, not sending the money at the end of the financial year and the money bounces back. Yes, members, you've heard the report. Omara, I'm going to start with that first. Be brief, because everybody must give. Can I first, Mr. Mara, Honorable Mara, before you speak, can I hear from local government? It will help us.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I would like to appreciate the Honourable Minister for addressing the issues that concerned. But the major issues, Right Honourable Speaker, for example, on the road equipments. When we traverse all the districts in this country, the major concern of the districts are on road equipments. Most of the equipments that were supplied, many of them work for less than 1 year. They are all grounded. And many of the districts, they cannot afford to repair those equipments when they are spoiled. Right, Honorable Speaker, looking at the procedures of borrowing the equipment, we have regional offices. We have one in Gulu, Barara, Bale, Soroti, but those regional offices, wherever the districts move to borrow the equipment, they don't supply them, and we discovered that many of them are giving those railroad equipment for hire. They are hiring those equipments in fact, they are working money instead of helping the government offices. Honorable Speaker, the minister needs to be very serious.
You're saying the regional offices hire to districts?
No, regional offices, some of them hire to local contractors.
To local contractors.
Exactly. So the problem is quite huge. Honorable Speaker, on the payment of our local leaders, this is very serious concern, Honorable Speaker.
That is going to be sorted out.
Exactly.
We are going to budget for that money. Effective July, these people will be getting sufficient amounts.
Thank you. Finally, Honorable Speaker, on the centralization of local revenue, this is another problem. We have discovered, Honorable Speaker, that many of the districts, the local councils were not sitting. Because wherever the district collects local revenue, they send to the central government. And for money to go back from central government to local government is a tug of war. The accounting officers normally...
What is your suggestion? I want whoever is bringing an issue should be able to give a way forward. What is your suggestion? Now that you enacted a law on the Public Finance Management Act?
Honorable Speaker, our suggestion is let the local government collect local revenue and manage. Let them submit in the accountability of the money they collect.
How do you now reconcile it with the Public Finance Management Act? I want us to speak as legislators. Okay? You enacted a law. You enacted a law which is section 27(3)(a) of the Public Finance Management Act. You get it, eh? Then 28(1). How do we cure that? The only way you can cure is to bring an amendment.
Exactly, yes, yes.
You get it, eh?
Exactly.
You will not continue lamenting in this house when you know the power. You are the ones who created this, and the power to remove this is still in you.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I recall Honorable Betty raised this concern, and she brought it as a motion on the floor of this Parliament. And Parliament resolved...
Does a motion amend an act of Parliament?
No.
Thank you.
Right, Honorable Speaker, as you guided, you need to bring it on the floor of Parliament, and we do the amendment. Otherwise, what the Honorable Minister has raised is very serious concern, and I pray that government should take into consideration.
Honorable Zima, just a minute. Let me hear from Honorable Zima.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to make comment on 4 areas. One of the areas is...
I thought you were reacting to what he was saying. As public service, okay. Okay, it's okay.
Okay, I just wanted to give my submission. I thought you had
finished.
Okay. Okay, please. Thank you.
And I'm giving each of you 2 minutes.
On the issue of employment, you have rightly mentioned that whatever the minister concentrated on and rated as 70% is the core head of departments who are seated at the district headquarters. But when you go to health sector...
In ASIS.
Yes, who are mostly maybe, just as he had said, principal human resource officers, DHOs, what. But when you go to these health units, you find that the human resource is lacking. I'm a member of Park local government. Most of the districts, their rating for teachers and health workers are below 50. I was talking to one of the persons who called me from Herua Health Center. He was telling me the whole health unit, grade 3, had only 2 midwives. One was granted the study leave, the other one was granted the maternity leave. All the women who come for delivery are just referred because there's nobody who is to attend to them. So I think we need to pay attention to this. In the education sector, many of the schools do not have even teachers up to 6 or 7, no. Some of them have 5, 3 and the rest. There was a school where they were circulating that all the children failed. And in that school, I managed to go. There were only 4 teachers, including the head teacher. And these ones are supposed to teach class of 7, children of 7 classes, from P1 to P7. So the issue of human resource in health sector and education, we should look into it. And then 2, the minister made a statement here that all the town councils are going to be given road fund. But we are aware that some of these town councils and even sub-counties are still sharing money with their mother sub-counties. For example, I have K sub-county where Lobe Town Council was created and the Arilo. These ones are still relying on money given to K as their mother sub-county. Now, if we are saying here that Ministry of Works is going to give money to all these other sub-counties and town councils, and yet these town councils do not have IPF, their integrative planning figures, as a separate, how are we going to channel this? The best I knew was that they were giving 50 million for this new town council.
Thank you. Honorable members, even as we discuss this, I want the Public Service and Local Government Committee to go and look at these issues that are on the ground, to harmonize what the petition is raising vis-a-vis what the minister's response is. I also have a report from the shadow from opposition, and this will form the budget framework paper. If we are saying that we need 30 million for training, then it should come out from the committee as a recommendation to form what should be put in the budget framework paper for us to consider it in 2026-2027 budget.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. I want to thank the Minister for his report, and I want to respond to 3 areas. One, on the issue of centralization of government revenue. Right Honourable Speaker, this was done before the provision in the Public Finance Management Act was instituted, and it was discovered that most of the local governments were understating revenue in their budget. So when the matter was centralized, immediately the amount of the money increased. So the issue is not so much about...
They were under-declaring.
They were under-declaring revenue.
Okay.
So when this matter was centralized, because we only have one treasury.
Honorable Gwang has something? Information.
Information.
Before we get the information, I want these kids to leave. We have in the public gallery this afternoon pupils from Alpha Nursery and Primary School, Kapchora. Kapchora, welcome. They are represented by Honorable Cheptori Sam and Honorable Chemutai Phyllis and Honorable William Chemonges and Honorable Adid. You're welcome. Thank you for coming all the way from Kapchora. Join me in welcoming them. Thank you so much. Thank you. Then we have pupils and teachers from Dr. Ambrose Soli, Memorial Primary School, Agago. They are represented by Honorable Akelo Beatrice Okori and Honorable Lagen David and Honorable Okot Amos. You're most welcome. Thank you for coming. Thank you so much. Honorable Gwang, Honorable Guang, we are on debate. Come on.
Madam Speaker, I just wanted to give some information to my colleague.
Honorable Okot Amos is the one representing them.
Thank you, the Right Honorable Speaker. You know, we are in a very hectic and hot period. And if my people who are coming from Kalango, they have reached here, and then to hear that they are being represented by Agago County, not Agago North County, who is Okot John Amos, it may cause me a problem. However, I want to welcome them all to the Parliament of Uganda. You're most welcome. Madam Speaker, for the record also, they traveled a very long road because of the roads. The roads in Agago to reach Kalango is not easy. We have talked about it here, and these children here, if the ministry can take a step to work on the roads, I think you are going to save them and all of us.
Thank you.
However, you are most welcome, our children. God bless you.
Children, we are going to work on the roads for you. You have very good leaders who are speaking for you. Go and tell your parents to vote for them. Thank you. Honorable Guang.
Madam Speaker, I wanted to give information to my colleague and to the House. And I want to refer to Mbale City. I thank the President for appointing me to work in the Office of the President and Economic Monitoring. And if there's anyone who understands what happens in local government, I am here. Madam Speaker, I appreciate the report of my honorable colleague, the Minister of Local Government. But the question of us wanting to amend the Public Finance Management Act is one I would really want to implore Parliament to be cautious. Let me give an example. The government of Uganda...
Honorable Guang, we have not said we are going to amend.
Thank you so much.
It is a process.
Thank you so much.
It's not something just you don't dream. There is an intention why that clause was put there.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. There was a project under African Development Bank for the construction of these markets. I can quote the one of Mbale City. That market, government spent almost about 27 billion Uganda shillings. But according to the budget of Mbale City, in a whole year, they were only declaring 12 million. The whole year, 12 million. The whole year. After I carried out an inspection, His Worship the Mayor, whom I love so much, a progressive leader, wrote back to me after my intervention that within 1 month they had collected almost about 67 million. So where is the problem? There's a problem of corruption, but also there's a problem of an undeclaring revenue to the central government, deliberately, because this was done by technical people, whom I want to confirm. The municipal authority, then city authorities know them very well, but I thank God I'm out of it, and I really want to pray that I don't go back to it. So my brother, that's a good information.
Let people present.
Let me first finish. Yes, so Madam Speaker and honorable members, I was just saying that the issue is under declaration by local government authorities, so it's good that we centralize tax collection. I think the only issue which we must look at is the funding of local government. In the past, Right Honorable Speaker, the local government used to receive up to 15% of our total budget annually, but now it has dropped down to 7%. So the honorable members need to look at more of the funding of local government than centralizing of the local government revenue to the districts. The other issue, Right Honorable Speaker, is on road equipments. I think the recommendation for the cities and municipalities are okay. But Honorable Minister, the districts which have received equipments have since lost most of those equipments. As honorable colleague on the other side said, that the regional government or the regional centers for road rehabilitation is not being helpful to the local authorities. So what we need is to look afresh. There should be an inter-ministerial action really to support local government. Here it means the Minister of Works, the Minister of Finance, and the Minister of Local Government, to make sure that during the budget process, we provide sufficient money to the local authorities, especially for the repairs of the equipments. Most of these equipments have since collapsed, and we are relying so much on the regional centers for support, which is not forthcoming. So all this issue of road equipments must be looked at carefully across the board for more funding. And finally, Right Honourable Speaker, is on staff recruitment. In many of the districts, Right Honourable
Honourable Minister, you find even in districts, there is some kind of negligence. If just one tire gets spoiled in a vehicle or in an equipment, it is left there for 2 years, and you know there is wear and tear. The vehicles are left there, nothing is done. At the end of the day, you say you don't have equipment. So I don't know how people handle government assets. Yes, youth.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to be guided on interpretation of our own act. I have not read from the primary source, but when I read the statement from the minister, he seems to argue, basing on interpretation, that the current PFMA Act, as it stands, is pro-retention of revenues at local government level. He goes ahead to quote 27(3)(a) and 28, which categorizes government as central government, with the hindsight that our constitution, if my memory serves me well, 163, says local governments are autonomous bodies with powers to appropriate. Right Honourable Speaker, I beg that I be guided. How do we interpret this act of our own?
Which article?
If my memory serves me very well, Article 163.
That's not correct.
I don't know if it is 173, I think. 173. So I beg to be guided how this House can interpret our own act, because we might rush to amendment and yet the problem was foreseen and solved. Moving from
you
that...
see, when you look at Article 191,
yes,
the local government shall have powers to levy, charge or collect and appropriate fees and taxes in accordance with any law enacted by Parliament by virtue of Article 152 of the Constitution. That is now the Public Finance Management Act, which is now enacted by Parliament. Then it goes, the fees and taxes to be levied, charged or collected and appropriated under Clause 1 of this article shall consist of rent, rates, royalties, stamp duties, fees on registration and licensing, and any other fees and taxes that Parliament may prescribe.
Right Honourable Speaker, I beg your indulgence. So when we read from the primary act of PFMA, what does it say exactly on the issue of retention? Because I see the minister quoting it in his statement.
Honourable Minister of Finance, the owner of Public Finance Management Act, is not in agreement with the Minister of Local.
Madam, thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Madam Speaker, I was here in 2015 with Honourable Mageza and the others when this law was enacted. And what was the spirit? The spirit was what Honourable Mara said. that many local governments were understating revenue. And to address this problem, we said all revenues of government must go to the consolidated fund. And local governments are not in exception. They collect revenue for and on behalf of government. Madam Speaker, it is not true that when these monies are collected, we take a lot of time to send it back. We run a treasury single account, Madam Speaker. No. Later. We run a single treasury account. To access monies from the consolidated fund, you must go through this system. As long as you have a budget, when these revenues come, you automatically get them within the period under which it is collected. So what I want to encourage, and what we always encourage, accounting officers in local governments should not understate their budgets. If they understate, it means to access these monies, we must
switch on.
We must go. Hold on. We must go through the supplementary process. I remember the case of Omoro district in Acholi sub-region. At one time, they had drastically understated their revenue, and they were failing to operate. So when they brought the matter to our attention, we advised them, even Guru City, we advised them, they corrected their mistakes. Now, the revenues they collect, they are getting it timely. So I want to appeal to colleagues that I know it is not good to, this is a report of government, but the report did not talk about corruption in local governments. And yes, you want to clarify on corruption?
We did. Honorable Minister, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Just following from what Honorable Edison raised, the clarification we are seeking, from the statement of the Honorable Minister, Local Government, he indicated that this provision of the PFMA, Section 27(3), is saying all these revenues collected shall make part of the consolidated fund, collected by government. In the definition, in the interpretation section of the PFMA, government refers to central government agencies, and it excludes local governments. That is the clarification we are seeking from you as the Minister of Finance, whether the revenues we collect from the local governments that do not form part of government envisaged in the PFMA should also go to the consolidated fund. That's the clarification we need.
I think also somewhere, it is long ago, we can refer from our system. I think somewhere we said that in terms of managing public finances, the Public Finance Management Act supersedes all other laws. I remember we talked about it somewhere. Yes, it is there. Therefore, for me, my guiding principle is the Public Finance Management Act, which defines for me revenues of government and how they are spent. You cannot access this money without going through the consolidated fund. And to access money from the consolidated fund, you must be part of the Treasury single account.
Honorable Speaker, but we are quoting the same
Honorable
act.
members, honorable members, all what you're speaking about rotates around money. Money. If we had sufficient funding for local governments, we would not have this topic here. When we look at our national budget, Honorable Minister, you are the one who brings the budget here. Of course, it is an executive function. When you look at our national budget, the local government takes only 9.5%. If you stood firm as a house and said we want money to be increased for local government, we would not be talking here. So let's stand firm and say, let's increase money for local government. All these issues will be resolved. We will not have a debate in this house. You want to say something? No, I'm still on funding. On funding.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. You've made a point that we wanted to hear all along. I've been with the local government for 30 years. As a statistician in a district, as a staff in the ministry, as a chair of the Parliamentary Committee for Local Government, now as a minister. I can tell you at some time, I think around 2010, or a little before that, we had reached 30% of the national budget going to the local governments. We had actually reached 34%. Right, Honourable Speaker, somewhere we lost the track. And we went down to 26, then to 18. Now you are right, it is 9%. That is the key problem, colleagues. You cannot decentralize 80% of the responsibilities to districts and you give them only 10%. It doesn't make sense. I'm a minister, certainly I would love to have more money in the ministry, but I think if we are going to move this country,
actually that money is not in your ministry. It goes down to the local people. You're only overseeing.
We're just an overseer, yes. We are just monitors, but the people doing the roads, doing the schools, I could read you a section here showing local governments which have gone an extent of buying their own grader, you can imagine. Buying their own trucks, simply because we are not doing it as government. So, my proposal, Right Honourable Speaker, because we could debate this issue of PFMA for quite a long time, and I would challenge anybody, go to the interpretation clause of the PFMA. Government means central government. That is section 20. When we say that this PFMA is important, it cannot be more important than the Constitution. The Constitution gives local governments the powers to collect, to appropriate, to pass their own supplementary budgets. Why do we allow ourselves to go wrong and then at the end of the day we complain that things are not working? So my proposal, colleagues, in the next year, 26-27, we must see an increase in the money going to the local governments to at least 15%, the following year to 20%, the next year to 30%. Then we can sit and say, Mr. Local Government, what are you doing?
And Honourable Minister, you will be guided under Article 176 D and E. When you're making that increment of the money, you're guided by the Constitution. So let's make sure that our local governments are well facilitated. So I expect the committee to bring me that report that will form the budget framework paper for local governments. Next item. Honourable members, we've already got a solution to this. Next item.
Item 4.2 of the order paper, statement by Minister on the cause of the brownish cloud, foul odor and oily film and white cream on Lake Bunyoni and proposed actions.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Thank you for allowing me to present this statement on the cause of the brownish cloud for odor and oil films and wild creams on Lake Bunyoni and the proposed actions. Right Honourable Speaker, this brief has been prepared to update you and honourable colleagues, honourable members of Parliament, on the causes of the brownish cloud for odor of fumes and white cream on Lake Bunyoni and proposed actions. Right Honourable Speaker, as you are aware, over the last few weeks, waters of Lake Bunyoni have suddenly turned brownish and began emitting a strong foul odor with an oil film and white cream floating on the water. In the response, the Ministry of Water and Environment, working with its agencies, undertook a rapid assessment to get an understanding of the causes of the problem and actions to be taken to address the problem. Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, these are the considered causes as of now. One, Right Honourable Speaker, lakes often undergo a natural process of water turnover, where the deeper, colder water mixes with the warmer water at the surface, leading to increased turbidity. This is often caused by heavy rainfall events that led to sudden temperature variations. The increased temperatures in the dry season and heavy intense rains in the wet season increase the frequency of lake turnover, not only in Bunyoni but also in other lake systems in Uganda. Number two, the lake's location in the valley with the steep slopes makes it vulnerable to runoff from agricultural farms and numerous settlements in the surrounding bare hills. Stone quarrying around the lake, as well as the ongoing iron ore mining within the catchment of the lake, could also be contributing to the siltation of the lake and the brown color. This is exacerbated by the degraded shorelines of the lake, which result in the direct surface runoff entering the water body. This contributes significantly to the siltation of the lake and the resultant brown color of the lake. Another one is poor waste management from the market, car washing bays, and other establishments around the lake is also contributing to a decline in water quality, resulting in foul odors, oil fumes, and white cream on the lake. Water quality measurements reveals that oxygen concentrations in the lake are low and pose serious threat to the lake's ecosystem and its potential as a source of safe water. The current brown color of the water all over the lake, which has lasted for about 3 weeks, could be due to the mixing of sediments that have settled at the bottoms of the lake, with those coming into the lake from the surrounding hills due to runoff. The brown color, Right Honourable Speaker, observed all over the lake implies that implies that dissolved organic matter in the water has reached a critical level. Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, these are the proposed measures we are considering as of now. According to our regulations, the Ministry of Water and Environment has undertaken regular assessment and inspection to ensure compliance around the lakes. Another one, the Ministry of Water and Environment has sensitized the local communities on poor waste disposal and the danger of farming near the lake. Equally, they are being empowered to be the steward of the lake's environment. The third one, given the high turbidity and color, as of now, National Water is already undertaking improvements in their technology for treatment of the lake water. The filtration and chlorination treatment process is being enhanced to ensure that the final water meets the required standards. The fourth one, we have scaled up the protection of catchment around the lake to prevent soil erosion and agricultural runoff into the lake.
Why don't you allow the minister to finish, then you can seek a clarification.
The action will include, among others, promotion of sustainable farming practices, establishment of bench terraces, construction of soil and water harvesting structures, and the tree planting, among other initiatives. Number E, we shall provide alternative sources of income to the upstream communities to give them initiatives for the protection of the catchment. We shall also collaborate with the local governments and the other stakeholders to establish proper sanitation and waste management facilities at the Harutindo Landing Center market to prevent direct discharge of the waste into the lake. Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable colleagues, by implementing the above measures, the ecological balance of Lake Bunyoni shall be restored, thus ensuring its sustainability for both aquatic life and the local community. Right Honourable Speaker, we shall continue monitoring and carrying out further scientific research on Lake Bunyoni so as to give a comprehensive report to this Parliament at the end of this month.
Thank you.
As I talk now, Right Honourable Speaker, the situation on the ground is encouraging. It is encouraging. The water is better now. It is changing to its normal.
Thank you.
I beg to submit, Right Honourable Speaker.
Love.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I would like to thank the Minister for attempting to give this report on the challenges that are on Lake Bunyoni. But Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, it is defeatist in the last paragraph when she states that they are yet to come back to the House with a comprehensive report. And I would seek your indulgence to allow the line Minister of Water and Environment, Shadow Minister of Water and Environment, to also compile a report on the same before it could receive the views of the members.
And then we shall debate both reports.
On both reports.
Thank you. I think that's okay. Yes, Dr. Bedi. A problem for you just enter in and now and you start clarification, motion, what. People have been here.
Right Honorable Speaker, I have listened to this report. And
I have already made a ruling to that effect.
Yes, but it is, I'm seeking a clarification.
Honorable,
Right Honorable Speaker, water is a science. The minister cannot.
Dr. Bed.
The minister cannot.
Dr. Bed.
People in the ministry.
Dr. Bed. Dr. Bed. It is in our own wise ruling that we have said, let's have an alternative statement from this side, and we'll look at it. We'll debate the report.
Procedure.
Honorable members, we'll debate that report after we have received from the alternative government a report on the same. Yes. Yes, Sarah.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, yesterday in the news, there was a public outcry from the people within Kabarole district who said their water had actually turned green. Whether they cook beans, it is green. Whether they cook meat, it turns green. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I wanted to simply suggest that the minister equally takes interest in that matter so that she can report to this House at once.
Honorable
Thank
members,
you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, first of all, you did not raise that issue on the floor. It is us who asked the minister to bring a statement on what is happening with the water. The water is turning green, the water is turning in this. That's why she has brought that statement. But because we want both sides to get a statement so that we look at it. But what Honorable Sarah is raising, don't interest yourself only on Bunyoni. Now, you're looking at outside the whole, the whole country. Look at water naturally. Because what Dr. Bed is saying, water is life. Because if somebody is going to drink that water is contaminated. And we must handle it as fast as possible. I expect a report from opposition on Thursday, and we'll debate this on Thursday.
Much obliged, Right Honorable
Thank you.
Speaker.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I am moving this motion under Rule 63. Rule 63 provides, and I want to read, a member may move an adjournment motion for the purpose of discussing a definite matter of urgent public importance. Madam Speaker, the motion I am moving, I raised here last week the issue of the abduction of one of my candidates for Lukunjiri municipality, Sam Mugumia, and you advised the government to come and explain.
Honorable, you've come in the middle of a debate you're going to disorganize. You are not here. The Minister of Justice was also here, and you are not here.
Madam Speaker, I was not here, but you provided us with the technology to follow.
Okay.
And I was following.
Let's look at that when the Minister is here.
But there is a motion, Madam, to which you are supposed under the rules to listen.
Is it seconded?
Yes.
By who? Is the motion seconded?
But I haven't moved it, so what do they second when they don't know what I am moving?
Is the motion seconded?
Yes. There is no motion, Madam. Can I move it?
Honorable Semuju, yes, let's finish today's work. You will bring your motion tomorrow. Next item. I must finish local government today, whether you want it or not. Honorable Minister, tell Honorable Attorney General, Minister of Justice, to bring a report on what Honorable Semuju raised.
Item 5 on the order paper. Motion for a resolution of Parliament to authorize government to borrow up to United States dollars 99.56 million from the International Fund for Agricultural Development, IFAD, to finance the proposed Resilient Livestock Value Chain Project, RELIV.
Honorable members, Article 159(2) of the Constitution of the Republic requires parliamentary approval for government to borrow. On Wednesday 3rd, 2025, the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development tabled a request for borrowing and was duly referred to the Committee of National Economy. And pursuant to Rule 58 of the Rules of Procedure, I will invite the Minister to move a motion seeking to borrow for approval of this House. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Article 159(2) of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda and Section 36 and 37 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015 as amended, and Rule 58 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament, I beg to move a motion for a resolution of Parliament to approve the proposal by government to borrow up to US dollars 99.56 million from the International Fund for Agricultural Development to finance the proposed Resilience Livestock Value Chain Project. I beg to move, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Seconded. Is the motion seconded? Seconded by Avoro, by Lagen, by Ayume, by Nandutu, by Rukungiri Municipality, by Afidra, Chemongesi, Elders, Isingiro, Honorable Kasai, Honorable Aisha, Honorable Lanyo, Honorable Nekesa, Olobo, Isodo, Koluo, Wanda, thank you. Wakorach.
Thank you.
Wakorach David. Peter.
Wakorach Simon Peter.
Simon Peter, SP. Yes, Wakorach, but you resemble with the Lagen.
Madam Speaker, the goal of the project is contribute to improved livelihoods of smallholder livestock farmers in Uganda. The project development objective is to enhance income, nutrition, resilience of smallholder dairy and beef producers. The benefits and the expected outcomes. Once this project is implemented, we will have the following benefits and outcomes. 1, increased productivity, value addition, resilience, and reduce climate impact on smallholder beef and dairy production systems. 2, enhance access to markets and value addition for smallholder producers and access to finance. 3, strengthened policy and regulatory environment. The scope of the project will focus on 55 selected districts in the cattle corridor of Uganda. The districts were selected based on the following: the high incidence and density of poverty, food insecurity, and malnutrition, hard size by the households, and potential for dairy and meat, value chain development, including markets for animal-sourced products, high potential for women and youth to get involved in the dairy and beef value chain, and climate vulnerability. In addition, the selection was based on subnational priorities and potential complementarities with ongoing development initiatives in the dairy and the cattle industry. The project has got 3 main components. Component 1 is increasing productivity and resilience and reducing impact of climate change on production. Component 2 is enhancing access to markets for the smallholder producers and investments in the value chain, and component 3 concentrates on the policy support and coordination. Madam Speaker, the financing. The overall cost of the project is estimated at US $204.8 million. Of this total financing, US $99.56 is from Uganda's IFAD Total Performance-Based Allocation System and IFAD's Borrowed Resource Access Mechanism. US $50 million is from Global Environment Facility and Green Climate Fund, and US $15 million is from the Africa Rural Climate Adaptation Finance Mechanism. The government of Uganda will contribute $31.97 million US in form of in-kind or cash, and project beneficiaries will contribute to the project in cash or in kind, amounting to at least US $8.3 million. The financing terms are the following. Facility amount, the loan is in 3 categories. Category A, US $71.65, category B, $17.91 million US, and category C is $10 million. The tenure of the loan is 50 years, with under category A, and 40 years under B, and 29 years under category C. The grace period under category A is 10 years, under category B 10 years, and under category C also 10 years. The interest rate, Madam Speaker, under category A and B, the interest rate is 0, not applicable. And under category C, we have tentative interest rate of 5.35% at the time of IFAD board approval, and the market reference rate of 4.4% plus variable spread of 0.9% plus maturity premium of 0.05%. The service charge under category A is 0.1% per annum, and under category B is 0.75%, and under category C, the service charge is not applicable. What are the benefits? The project will directly benefit 400,000 households, and this is an equivalent of 2 million beneficiaries, indirectly through the different components or activities, and will have a minimum target of 40% women and 25% youth. Madam Speaker, with this justification, I submit to the House for consideration.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Minister. I now want to invite the Chair to present a report to the effect.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, colleagues, honourable members of Parliament. This is the report of the Committee on National Economy on the proposal to borrow up to US $99.56 million from the International Fund for Agricultural Development, IFAD, to finance the proposed Resilience Livestock Value Chain project. Right Honourable Speaker, I beg to lay the report of the committee and the minutes of the committee before I read the report.
Please
I beg to lay. Right Honourable Speaker, the Minister has given a background to the project. On the 3rd of September, the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development laid this loan proposal to the House requesting for approval. You referred this loan to the Committee on National Economy. The committee scrutinized the loan. We had an interaction with the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, together with the technical staff from Ministry of Finance. We had a meeting with the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries that is implementing the loan. And the committee also went ahead to review the documents that were laid before the committee as they were presenting the loan. That includes the minister's brief on the proposal to borrow $99.56 million from IFAD to finance relief, and then the relief physical feasibility assessment report. Right, Honorable Speaker. We also looked at the draft financing agreement. Initially, when the minister laid the brief in loan in category C of the loan, the financing agreement indicated 29 years, and the ministry accepted. We corrected it together with the ministry, and we brought it to 29 years. We looked at the social impact assessment report for the project, the letter from National Planning Authority clearing the project. Initially, this project was to benefit about 41 districts, but with the intervention of the members and the NPA's guidance, the districts were pushed from 41 to 55 districts benefiting from this project. Right, Honorable Speaker. We also looked at the relief implementation manual. The Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development letter dated 21st, clearing that is the financial implications of the loan. And then the resilience relief appraisal documents, the procurement plan, the management structure, and the physical and financial progress report on externally funded projects. Right, Honorable Speaker, the committee went and looked at the performance of previous projects that were under the sector, and more specifically, the one for Uganda's climate smart agriculture, which is actually not doing very well. The loan was approved. The loan was approved on the 25th of June, 2024. The closure is supposed to be 2028, and the loan amount is $325 million, and to date, the disbursement is only $26.51 million, translating to 7.6% of the loan amount. We also looked at we're looking at loans that are not doing very well in the project. We're also looking at the one for irrigation for climate resilience, which was approved in December 2020, and to date the disbursement is only 21%. We looked at the National Oilseed Project, which was approved in July 2021, and it was $99.59 million, and the disbursement is only 19%. Right, Honorable Speaker. Right, Honorable Speaker, the committee looked at the project at the target population of 200,000 households. That has been stated by the minister. The minister has gone through the objectives, the beneficiaries of the project, and like I said, Right Honorable Speaker, that the project will be allocated in 55 districts, and the annexure is attached. Some districts were not part of it, but with the intervention, like I said, other districts were also included. A few districts were included. The annexure has 51, but the annexure has 51 districts, but the districts of Kumi, Kabale, Kasese, and Namutumba were added during looking at other parameters. We shall find out from the ministry. The districts were selected based on the following criteria: the high indices, the high incidences of density of poverty, food insecurity, malnutrition. 2, herd size by the households and potential for dairy and beef or meat value chain development, including markets for animal-sourced products. 3, high potential for women and youth to get involved in the dairy and beef value chain. And 4, that is climate vulnerability. In addition, the project selection was based on subnational priorities and potential complementarities with the ongoing development initiatives in dairy and beef projects. Right, Honorable Speaker, the project components have already been mentioned by the Minister. I request that, Right Honorable Speaker, the financing, the cost financing of the project, and particularly the IFAD loan, that finances about 99% of the loan, and specifically the committee was looking at the funding by IFAD, the 3 loan components. The Minister has already given us the loan terms, the conditions. Right Honorable Speaker, maybe I could read through the conditions of the loan. The loan financing has the following conditions, among others. The financing agreement shall be suspended if the project implementation manual and any other provision thereof has been waived, suspended, terminated, amended, or modified without the prior agreement of the fund. And the fund, after consultation with the government or the borrower, has determined that it has had or is likely to have a material adverse effect on the project. B, financing will be cancelled in the event that the borrower does not request disbursement of the financing for a period of 12-month consecutive months without justification subsequent to the first 18 months from the effective date. C, government shall provide counterpart contribution for the project in the value of an amount of $31,970,000 in cash or in kind or as may otherwise be agreed between the parties. Approval in accordance with the laws of the Republic of Uganda, and such evidence of approval shall be provided to the fund. Conditions precedent to effectiveness are the legal opinion of the Honorable Attorney General, clarifying that the financing agreement has been duly executed and is legally binding on the Republic of Uganda. The resolution of Parliament approving the terms and conditions of the loan, and C, a certificate issued by a duly authorized representative of the borrower listing the persons authorized to sign on behalf of the borrower the drawdown request and any certificate in connection with the loan. Conditions precedent to withdrawal. If had no objection to project implementation manual shall have been obtained. B, the project coordinator, manager, the procurement manager, the finance manager, the financial controller have been appointed or seconded to the project management unit with the prior no objection from the fund. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to speak on the constitutionality of the loan. Right Honorable Speaker, the nominal value of the loan in US dollars is equivalent to loan A is 71.65 million, loan B 17.91, and loan C is 10 million US dollars, with a maturity period of 50, 40, and 29 respectively. All the loans, all the 3 categories of the loan have 10 years grace period. The total debt service for loan A will be 73 73.62. Loan B will be 20.93. Loan C will be 19.62. And the total, jointly, the total amount government of Uganda will pay after the 50 years, in the 50 years, will be 114.17 million US dollars. The present value for loan A is 20.76, loan B 7.55, and loan C 9.95. Jointly, that is 38.29. The grant element in loan A is 71%, loan B is 58%, loan C is 19%, and jointly the concessionality is 62%. Right Honorable Speaker, the proposed funding is purely concessional, and since the joint concessionality of the total IFAD borrowing for the project has a grant element of 62%, the grant element is higher than the concessional unit limit of 35%, as stipulated in our budget, in our public debt management framework 2023 to 2024, 2027, 2028, as well as the IMF and the World Bank thresholds. However, when isolated, it can be observed from table 7 that loan A and B are highly concessional, since their grant element is 71 and 58%, which are higher than our concessional limit of only 35% in the public debt management framework and in the World Bank and IMF thresholds. Moreover, their present value of debt is much lower than their nominal value, which implies that the total future payment of the loan is much cheaper than the proposed amount to be borrowed in present terms. This is mostly driven by their lower service charges, which are less than 1%, longer grace period, and the maturity periods. On the other hand, loan C is semi-concessional, since the grant element is 19%, which is lower than 35% of the concessional loan, but higher than 10%, the limit for semi-concessional loans. The present value of the loan is 9.98 million US dollars, which is lower than the nominal value of 10 million US dollars, which implies that the total future payment of the loan is cheaper than the proposed amount to be borrowed in the present terms. Right Honorable Speaker, the budgetary implications. The project is not included in the proposed national budget for the financial year 2025-2026. In addition, the project is not listed among the projects in the public investment plan for the financial year 2025-2026. However, the report on public debt, grants, guarantees, and other financial liabilities for the financial year 2024-2025 lists it as one of the projects in the pipeline as of end of March 2025. The impact on debt sustainability. As at end of December 2024, the total public debt stock stood at US dollars 29.06 billion, which is equivalent to Uganda shillings 106.97 trillion, increasing from 27.77 billion US dollars, which is equivalent to 102.95 trillion US dollars, Uganda shillings, as at end of June 2024. This debt stock constitutes of Uganda shillings 53.75 trillion, equivalent to 14 billion US dollars as external debt, and 53.22 trillion, while 53.22 trillion, equivalent to 14.45, is domestic debt, as at end of December 2024. Uganda's debt remains sustainable with a nominal value of public debt to GDP at 50.3 as at December 2024 compared to 50.9 as at June 2024. The proposal of this loan, the approval of this loan will increase the external debt exposure for public and publicly guaranteed debt by US dollars 99.56 million, and the share of the GDP by 0.16%, even though public debt will remain within the sustainable levels. Uganda is rated at moderate risk of debt distress. If Uganda experiences an adverse shock leading to a decline in the GDP growth, some of the debt risks indicators will exceed our CAFR thresholds, rendering our debt unsustainable. The committee observations and recommendations. Right Honourable Speaker, the committee observed that the rules of procedure of Parliament stipulate that business referred before any committee will be considered within 45 days. However, of recent, we have noted a surge in loan requests being submitted to Parliament at a tail end of their loan approval dates. However, the committee observed that the terms of the proposed IFAD loan were approved in September 2024, and it was cleared by Right Honourable Prime Minister for presentation to Cabinet on the 1st of August. Consequently, the loan request was submitted to Parliament on the 22nd of August 2025, a month before the expiry of the loan offered by IFAD to Government of Uganda, and laid before the House on the 3rd of September 2025. The committee had 4 working days to consider the loan request. This makes it very difficult for the committee to scrutinize the loan request and report to the House adequately. The committee notes that the proposed financing terms of IFAD are highly concessional with long maturity and grace periods of recent. Government has not been having access to such concessional loans, with most recent loan requests thought on either semi-concessional or commercial terms, less than 30 years of maturity and grace period of mostly 5 years. The committee recommends that government, through Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, should develop a tracking mechanism for expiry of loan requests to ensure loans are submitted to Parliament with adequate time to facilitate scrutiny of the loan requests, allowing at least a period of 45 days recommended in the rules of procedure of Parliament to enable Parliament understand the details associated with each proposed request. The need to discuss the project details. The committee observed that the project cost of US dollars 204.8 million. However, the cost breakdown is indicated at the component level. The outputs described under the project loan were not costed to facilitate oversight of the unit cost of various outputs. That will be financed under the project. In addition, the committee noted that part of the IFAD loan proceeds will be used to acquire vehicles. That is about $2,796,000,000 US dollars. Consultancy is about US dollars 4.464 million US dollars. Training and workshops is 4.11 million US dollars, as observed in Table 4. The committee is concerned that these are consumptive items taking up a substantive amount of the loan proceeds. A case in point is the project plan to acquire 15 vehicles 15 vehicles, which translates to a unit cost of about $186,000 per vehicle, which is equivalent to 671 million. The committee requests the MAIF to share the costed units under the project component to facilitate oversight of the unit costs. However, by the time this report was placed, this information had not yet been received. The committee recommends that, given the time constraints where government needs to sign the loan by 12th of September 2025, and the opportunity cost of government not signing the loan in time is high, the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries finds time to discuss the costed outputs of the project even after the IFAD funding is considered. In addition, the loan should be renegotiated to remove resources from consumptive items to acquisition of goods and services and inputs, as well as equipment and materials. Geographical location of the loan. The committee observed that the project location is in the Cattle Corridor, and so all the districts in the Cattle Corridor were included. However, the selection criteria of projects had included some parameters related to poverty, which saw some districts included in the project like Luka, Yumbe, Namutumba, among others. The committee noted that while the criteria for selecting beneficiary districts in the Cattle Corridor is very clear, other parameters are not. Namely, the high incidences of density of poverty, food security and malnutrition, the hard size of the households, and potential for dairy and beef value chain development, high potential for women and youth to get involved in the dairy and beef value chain, climate vulnerability, and subnational priorities and potential complementarities with the ongoing development in the dairy and beef industry. The committee was concerned that some sub-regions had no districts benefiting from the project, yet they fall under the other categories used to select the beneficiary districts. The committee was informed that most of the districts from those sub-regions had benefited from the Uganda Climate Smart Agriculture Transformation projects, and so this project was benefiting the districts that did not benefit from the Uganda Climate Smart Transformation projects. The committee recommends that government should always ensure that all loans have a national character. In conclusion, Right Honourable Speaker, from the above detailed report, it can be inferred that the loan is highly concessional and the proposed project is viable and in line with the government plans and inspirations. Subject to the above observations and recommendations, the committee recommends the approval of the proposed borrowing of up to $99.56 million from the IFAD to finance the proposed Resilience Livestock Value Chain Project Relief. I beg to report.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the report. You've had a report from the Chair. I just wanted a clarification where Chair said. Chair, you said smart what? Climate Smart was performing at 7.6%. Is that true?
Right Honourable Speaker, you remember that on the 25th, the loan on Climate Smart became effective on the 25th of June 2024. And this loan was passed by this very House. The loan amount was 325 million. And to date, most of the components in this facility have not actually taken off. except for the ones being implemented under local governments, that is the roads under, I think...
What activities have not taken off?
Right Honourable Speaker, due to constraint of time, we're supposed to go to the field with the Ministry of Agriculture to assess the performance of specifically this loan. Because when we looked at the report that was laid by Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, they had only showed that the disbursement was only 26 out of 325 million US dollars. Only 26.5 had been received from the World Bank to finance this project, translating to the disbursement rate of only 7.6%. So the financial performance is actually indicating that it's very low. Compared, looking at the time, over the last 1 year, we have only had a disbursement of 7.6%. So maybe the Ministry of Agriculture, unfortunately the Minister of Agriculture is not here, maybe he would be the right person to explain why.
No, he delegated the Minister of Finance. Where is Honorable Musasisi? He is gone out. Get for me Honorable Musasisi. Can I find out something? The interest that we are paying, are we paying the interest on 325 or on 26? Honorable Musasisi, what I'm asking, why isn't Yes, Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, can I get the question right?
One, we have Uganda Climate Smart Agriculture. The loan that was approved was 325. As of now, what has been disbursed is only 26.5. The question is, how come that we are performing at only 7.6? And then the second question is, when we are paying interest, are we paying interest on 325 or we are paying interest on 26.1? 26.5.
Madam Speaker, the interest is normally charged on the total loan amount.
That is the 3.25.
Yes.
Why is the absorption low?
Why the absorption low? Now the entity implementing can answer that.
And then the districts, Honorable Chair, the districts where there is where we are implementing the climate smart, are they the same districts benefiting from this loan?
Madam Speaker, the districts that have benefited or are going to benefit under climate smart should not benefit from this program. Yes. Yes.
Yes, Honorable Chivombe.
Honorable Speaker, I thank you. Right, Honorable Speaker, one, I've seen districts, I've just audited projects, and I've seen districts that are in smart, climate smart agriculture, whatever it is, are on the list of this one. Check Gomba district. I'll give you one so that I know of. That is
under climate smart.
Yes.
What activities are supposed to be done in the Gomba?
Under climate smart, for all projects, they are doing some feeder roads. They are giving people high quality seeds. They are giving them cattle. They are giving them fertilizers. they are giving them solar pumps. Things I've seen in this project, similar to what they are in the other project, and you have the two district featuring on both scales. But also speak also, there's something that I have known out of experience. Having looked at projects, honorable colleagues, look at the project component finance, honorable Speaker. Is this project for government farms or for wananchi? When I've seen the project component, that $59 million, I don't know the page, on my page it's on page 9. When you look at the project component, one, they are going to equip, they are going to a national feed testing reference laboratory to support animal feed quality assurance, is at Naro. The cost is not there. Another one is at Kawanda. Another one is at Aswa and Nakshari. That is $59 million of the 99. And when you go through that list up to E, you don't see a farmer there. You are only seeing government ranches being equipped. So this loan is specifically for who? And when you go to the third, the other component...
Honorable, when the private farmers are being given, say, cattle or whatever, they get it from the government ranch.
Yes. But
so what happens is they provide for the government ranch, and then it is from the government ranch that this can be distributed to
if you are to take that, then you are going to have only two centers, in Aswa and in Kashari something. But when I looked also project component 2, which is aggregation of production and access to market for smallhold farmers, 31 billion. And I looked at what they are going to do, solar pumps, whatever, rehabilitation, and things of that for animal feeds. When you study this component and what he has raised, plus a management fee of $8 million, which I've seen here, $8 million is going to go towards management. And the other component has raised. Is this project, because that's at the core of our report, is that most projects you have looked at don't press money where it is adequately needed. It goes to components where it is easy to eat the money through consultancy, through management, through other things. And by the time you evaluate a project component, and in my report I'm going to give you a couple, including a GROW, which GROW I looked at it, and the project loanable component is only $30 million out of 217. This looks like a classical failed project that is intended to benefit only the elite, not the real farmers. And I'm not convinced now that this committee has adequately looked at this, had time to look at this project, the benefits, who will put a project component on all these 59 and tell us who exactly is going to benefit. I see a similarity with the pyro projects I'm going to give you here. Yeah. None has succeeded.
Okay. So we'll wait to hear your report. Let these students, pupils leave. In the public gallery this afternoon, we have students and teachers from Meta Primary School, from Oyam County, North, Oyam District. They are represented by Honorable Eunice Apio, and Honorable Santa Alum. You're welcome. Where are you? Where are the students? You're most welcome. Thank you so much for coming to Parliament of Uganda. This is your house. Thank you. We also have in the public gallery this afternoon, we have a delegation from Uganda Local Government Association and Urban Authorities Association. Where are they? We have Honorable Kitata Abdul, LOC 5 Luengo, they left. We have Honorable Turari Alon, LOC 5 Chairman Isingiro, who is an opposed already. We have Honorable Akuku Richard, Secretary General, Local Governments. Thank you for coming. Yes.
I want to thank you very much. Even before we discuss this request, the chair of the committee has raised the fundamental issues. First issue is that they did not have adequate time to scrutinize this loan request and therefore advise Parliament adequately. That is in his report. Then he says you have nearly $3 million to buy 15 vehicles. Management, etc. They were unable to look at the detailed cost component. And then the chair of the committee, while presenting the report of the committee, I want to address the chair. This colleague vending requests here. So, Madam Speaker, the committee report says go and renegotiate this loan request. I don't know what's wrong with colleagues. That you can say all the things that you have said, and then you say you want the loan approved. Remember, we have approved loans here before, and the president said, don't process them. It made us look so ridiculous before the public. And he was very angry. So,
Honorable, not us, because before that loan comes here, it comes from cabinet. It makes cabinet, not us. Yeah, because for us, we approve what comes from cabinet.
I agree, Madam Speaker. That's why I'm saying, with the proposals that the committee has made, they have left us with no option but to say no to this loan request. I think they are only polite, not to make government look bad, that after informing you of all the problems associated with the request, then they say it is up to you to hang yourself. And I am asking this Parliament, please don't accept to hang yourself. They have said the most fundamental issue, they must renegotiate the terms of this loan request. Now, if you approve, what will you be approving?
Which term are we talking about? If you can tell the House.
I am referring to the report, Madam Speaker. If you look at the last page, after advising government to go and renegotiate, then in conclusion they are saying, but you can pass. It is in the report. But also fundamentally, the committee says this loan is not part of because government, Minister of Finance presents to Parliament a borrowing plan every year that comes together with a budget. The committee says this is even outside what they brought here. I don't know when they thought about it. And then, most important, Madam Speaker, you are going to borrow to finance the budget 34 trillion shilling. Already, in the report on loans that the minister presented here, where the public debt now stands at 106 trillion. But there is almost a permission we've given them that finance this budget, you borrow another 34 on top of 106. And in their own report presented here, the minister said now there is a high risk of distress in his report. I therefore thought, Madam Speaker, if you allow me later, I will come and make my submission. But I thought, yes.
Yes.
Right Honourable Speaker,
Peter.
There seems to be some contradictions here. With due respect, Right Honourable Speaker.
Peter.
The chair, while submitting on these loans, personally, I was there when you were referring the loan to the committee. We got enough time to scrutinize the loan, and that did not come from the chairman. We interacted when the chairman was submitting here, Right Honourable. We interacted with all the stakeholders.
Let's have respect for each other. So what's wrong with it?
I am not
Go
debating, Right
ahead.
Honorable. I am not responding with due respect to the senior. That our chairman did not mention anything to do with the time bounds, that we didn't have enough time. We interacted with all the
Honorable
stakeholders.
members, honorable members, honorable members, the chair said that the committee is expected to report back within 45 days. However, because of the urgency of the loan and because of the timeline, and even when I was referring this committee report, this loan request to the committee, I requested them to come back today because of the deadline that was given to us. This loan is supposed to be signed off on 12th, and today is 9th, and that is basically what happened. And the chairperson said he would have wanted to use the 45 days. However, because of the timeline that was given to the House, that's why this loan has had to come back today. Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, it is true this loan has strict timelines. We must sign off by 12th, or else we lose the money, and also all other programmed borrowing under IFAD.
But maybe what I can clarify, while we were on short recess, this loan was brought to my office. And we could not call the House just to receive one single loan. The loan was brought. You remember we had a short recess of almost 1 month plus, when people were busy looking for votes. So the issue is not finance or whichever. The loan came and it was here. There is no way we could call a House for just one item.
Then another clarification.
Let's get clarifications from the minister.
Another clarification, Madam Speaker, I would like to make is that to allay Honorable Semuju's fears is that this loan has got the best terms. The terms are very okay, and it is highly concessional, whereby under category A and B, the interest rate is 0. So you can imagine a loan which we are getting for 0 interest rate. So there is no interest we are going to charge, and the repayment period is 50 years. So you can imagine with a grace period of 10 years. So this is the best arrangement you can have. Now on the date, he also mentioned that our debt has increased to 106 trillion. Whereas this is true, we also stated in the same report that our debt remains sustainable both now and in the medium term. So, Madam Speaker, and also he mentions another point, that this loan is not part of our borrowing to finance this year's budget. It is not true. We cannot bring here a loan, Madam Speaker, outside our programmed borrowing. This is part of our programmed borrowing for the year. Madam Speaker, with these clarifications, I want to play that the House approves my motion.
Silo, thank you.
Right Honorable Speaker. Number one, I want to applaud the committee on the issue of having the national character whenever we borrow
including
money. Yes, including Ikumi. And the people are already benefiting, and most of the people who are benefiting from this kind of funding are the people in the villages. Most of the monies that we have been borrowing are monies which are benefiting the urbanites. Why don't you allow people from the rural, for the first time, to also see something? Number two, a grace period of 10 years these days is not something which is easy to get when you are borrowing money. So why wouldn't we really pass this loan? Look at this issue of 0% interest rate. Where do you get it from around the world? At a time when Trump is saying we are not giving money to people, to foreigners, where do you get it? I'm also very excited that we are talking about a highly concessional facility. Madam Speaker, I want to move as a person that will approve this loan because it's for the many. It is for the majority, not the minority who are in the urban.
Avoro.
I beg to move.
Thank you, Avoro.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, before I make my contribution as per this loan, I want to stand here on behalf of the people of Pakwach who requested me to heartily congratulate you for that high office that you have risen to. Right Honourable Speaker, congratulations from the people of Pakwach. Right Honourable Speaker,
let me first receive my congratulations.
We have.
Yes, first wait. Let me first receive them. No, people of Pakwach are watching.
Yes, it is me who represent them, not Sarah Opendi.
Yes.
Sarah, you are my friend. Let's cooperate. Right Honourable Speaker, about this loan, Right Honourable Speaker, we have received a number of loans here, and as a house, we have been very concerned at
Honourable Avuru, are you a committee member? Now that you have finished with the congratulations. Honourable members, I put a question that this House authorizes government to borrow up to USD 99.56 million from the International Fund for Agriculture Development, IFAD, to finance the proposed resilient livestock value chain project. Those in favor sign the contrary name. The ayes have it. You are going to destroy your voice for no good reason. The ayes have it. Can I ask the clerk to immediately get the resolution and forward for us to be able to meet the deadline? Honorable Chivumbi, for us to borrow, your work is to ensure that you report back on what is happening, and I hope you're going to report exactly what is happening in these projects. Thank you. Next item.
Item 6 on the order paper. Motion for adoption of the report of the Committee on Public Accounts, Central Government, on the annual report of the Auditor General to Parliament for the audit year ended 31st December 2024.
Honourable members, on 21st January 2025, the House received the reports from the Auditor General for the audit year ended 31st December 2024. In furtherance to Article 163.3 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, 1995, the report was referred to the Public Accounts Committee, Central Government, for consideration of the entities that are mentioned. And as I said previously, that I received the reports, all the reports for Park Central. Honorable Peter, there are things regarding education, kindly be around. As I said before, I was impressed with the leadership of Park Central and the members, that the reports are ready and ready for submission, and we will get the reports, and pursuant to Rule 18, Sub-Rule 5 of the Rules of Procedure, I will invite the chairperson of Park Central to present. But meanwhile, allow me to thank chairperson of National Economy and the members for the report. Yes, Park.
Right Honourable Speaker, I'd like to thank the committee members. Right Honourable Speaker, the committee members of PAC were exceptional. Even under difficult circumstances, they found time to come and do work. I must be humbled by their contribution, and thank you so much. Right Honorable Speaker, we have done all the audit on all entities, except you can't do all, but majority of them, to give us a good sample of what it is, except, Right Honorable Speaker, for classified expenditure. And today, Right Honorable Speaker, I wrote a letter requesting you as the chair of classified to ensure that we have a meeting. And last year
that's the indoor management rule. We shall discuss those ones. That's why they call it classified. Indoor management.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the reports of Park Central on all entities under Park, and I beg to lay. I also beg to lay the minutes of the meetings. Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Chair.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm going to present, it's a huge work. I'll present some and the deputy will do the needful on ministerial policy statements. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm going to start with something we've been talking about, consolidated accounts of government. Right Honorable Speaker, the Auditor General reviewed the approved resource envelope and
Honorable members, the report was uploaded, but it is too big.
And revenue estimates of government for the financial year, and noted that government planned to raise 52.7 trillion to fund its expenditure. I've started with the revenue. This was later revised to 56.247 trillion. Details of the resource envelope as shown below. From URA to everything is 52. Right Honorable Speaker, expenditure performance. During the financial year under review, government initially planned to spend a total of 42.73 trillion, which was later revised to 61.69 trillion. This indicated that government total expenditure supplementary budgets passed mounted to 8.932 trillion. The summary of the distribution of the expenditure budget is as shown below. Observation, Right Honorable Speaker. And when you look at that table, Right Honorable Speaker, and the first to tell you about the performance of what we are doing here, borrowing, raising funds. In the first table on revenue, government planned to spend 56.742 trillion. Actual money raised from borrowings, from whatever grants, revenue, was 47.110 trillion. That's the amount of money that we got out, and we had a budget of 61 trillion. In the budget of 61 trillion, Right Honorable Speaker, government spent 48.68 trillion. That is, I've looked at revenue and expenditure. Committee observation. Government raised its revenue budget from 52 to 46. To 56. Government actual revenue realized was 47, leading to a shortfall of 9.137 trillion. Actual revenue realized was 47.11 trillion, which is below the initial budget of 52.72, implying that revised revenue budgets of 56 were unrealistic and uncalled for. 5. Government revised the expenditure budget from 52 to 61, but actually spent 48.061 trillion. By this revision, government fails to match the revenue budget of 61 with the corresponding revenue revision, resulting into a shortfall of 5.442 trillion. Government actually spent 48.68 trillion, was over and above total government revenue of 47.1, resulting into an over-expenditure of 1.57 trillion. Right, Honorable Speaker, this is scandalous. How do you spend more money than you actually were able to raise in revenue? But I'll go on. So, because in any way, there is no way you will spend money.
What are you saying? How do you spend more than what you raise in revenue?
In total revenue.
The source of funding is both on revenue and loans.
No.
Do you consider both of them?
No. Right, Honorable Speaker, the 47 trillion which government raised as revenue included loans, grants, whatever, and revenue collection of URA and internal NTR. That's all we are able to raise as the country, 47. But by end of the year, we had spent 48.68 trillion. That means 1.5 trillion was spent. Over from where? But I'll tell you from where. Right, Honorable Speaker, the committee further discovered that government had an overdraft. Yes, I'm giving true information, and you know it. I'm giving true information, Honorable Musasizi, and don't intimidate me. The committee further discovered that government had an overdraft of 1.7 trillion, which was unauthorized borrowing, contrary to Section 34 of the Public Finance Management Act.
The audio was from where?
I'm coming. They did an overdraft, okay? And if I read the next paragraph, the overdraft was later settled by revenue of another financial year, 2024-25, which is illegal. Because appropriation of the financial year collapses on 30th of June. There is no way you can use revenue of another financial year to settle an overdraft that was borrowed in a previous financial year. This is outrightly illegal, and it undermines Parliament, it undermines your power. Any powers of appropriation of money solely lies in this House you chair. But this is what happened. It's not a rumor, it was canvassed with the committee, those who were there, a technical committee of them and us agreed, and they realized and considered they did an overdraft, which was wrong.
Honorable Minister, take note of that.
The committee further observed that government had continued to operate an unbalanced budget where the total expenditure estimates have not been balanced with the total revenue. This has been a recurring concern over the years as per the table below. This is a little bit of impunity, Right Honorable Speaker. As you sit in your good chair there, they bring you rosy figures for which they don't match revenue and expenditure. In the year 2021, they had a budget of 51.6. Their total revenue budget was 48.7. In 2021-22, it was 51.561. Revenue was 47.2. In 2022-23, it was 52.58. Revenue was 48.13. In 2023-24, it was 61.69. Revenue budget was 56.47. So, Right Honorable Speaker, and that's why I've always argued the issue of Burundi budget, for which the country uploads 71 trillion, whatever trillion, is for purposes of raising the 3%, nothing else. The committee first observed that the budget has been largely misleading, and perhaps the only purpose is to provide a huge quantum for the obnoxious yield of the 3% supplementary expenditure. The committee recommends that the accounting officer and the Minister of Finance should be personally held responsible for running an unbalanced budget. The accounting officer should put in place mechanisms to ensure that the national budget is always balanced. Right Honorable Speaker, And I hope the minister knows the provision under which is supposed to give an explanation for what happened, where you spent more money than what was appropriated to do. Unfunded approved budget. During the financial year 2024, Parliament appropriated a total of 61.69 trillion to finance government expenditure as highlighted in the table below. The table below shows what government we had planned to spend 61, warranted was 51.72, a variance between warrant and expenditure 11 trillion, and the percentage there is 18%, could not even be warranted. The committee observed that issuing expenditure limits to entities to spend beyond the revenue projection creates unnecessary outstanding commitments to government. That's why every ministry agency under this financial year, they accumulated areas. Every single one agency of government. Section 41, except State House. Section 41 and 2 of the PFM Cap 71 requires that after approval of the annual budget by Parliament, the Secretary of Treasury shall issue the annual cash flow plans of government based on the procurement work plans, and recruitment plans approved by Parliament. The cash flow plan shall form the basis for the release of funds by the Accountant General to the accounting officer. Therefore, the assertion by PSST that actual revenue deviates from the projection due to internal and external economic shocks contradicts the law and is an aspect of poor planning. Therefore, for Parliament to continue to approve budget estimates without corresponding and predictable sources of funding is an indictment on the keenness and of scrutiny and approval process of the budget by Parliament. Even this House, Right Honourable Speaker, is indicted in this. These committees that look through the budget and bring here rosy pictures without revenue, as well as any other recommendation. The committee recommends that Parliament should exercise more due diligence on the budget and only proceed to approve if the proposals by government are matched with the projected revenue sources. The committee recommends that Ministry of Finance should ensure that all warrants issued are supported by sufficient revenue resources to fund such warrants, and also provide guidance to MDAs in regard to prioritization of activities to the level of available resources in cases of shortfalls. Unfunded invoices. Right Honourable Speaker, I have spoken about earlier of an overdraft, but now the Auditor General reported of unfunded invoices by closer of the financial year stood at 11.12 trillion. Right Honourable Speaker, the Auditor General noted that a total of 11.12 trillion worth of invoices remained unfunded by the close of a financial year. The unfunded invoices are mainly comprised of treasury operations, which is 8.31 trillion, and MDAs accumulated 2.8 trillion. Audit noted that the unpaid debt obligation of treasury operations attracts penalties by BOU and an accumulation of domestic area and its associated costs. And the penalties under the financial year by BOU to government of Uganda for unfunded invoices mounted to 250 billion. The figure will come later in the treasury operations. Auditor General revealed that the statement of financial position and disclosure in Note 25 and noted an increase in payable. This is, Honourable Speaker, from you are issuing warrants, you have no money to pay. Now payables, which is money government has failed to pay its suppliers, rose from 10.10 trillion in the financial year to 13.814 trillion by the end of the financial year, an increase of 31.54%. Further analysis revealed that the new payables accrued stood at 6.6939 trillion compared to 3.69 trillion paid during the financial year. In one financial year, they accrued a payable of 6.7 trillion, but only settled areas of 3.69 trillion. This indicates that the rate at which government contracts domestic area is much higher than the rate of payment, leading to continued accumulation of domestic areas. Observation. The committee observed that payables had increased from 10 to 13. Further analysis revealed that it's the same I'm repeating. However, the audit revealed that unfunded invoices by 30th of June of 2024 stood at 11 trillion. This implies that by close of the financial year, the actual payable stood at 24.58 trillion, which is 13.84 plus the 11 invoices that stood at 11, and that's the cost now. These are invoices. The committee observed that during the appropriation, Parliament had allocated a mere 200 billion towards settlement of domestic areas. However, government paid 3.69 trillion during the year. According to Auditor General, this is an overpayment of 3.4 trillion outside appropriation, which is illegal.
Proceed.
Committee recommendation.
Procedure, Madam Speaker.
Committee recommends that accounting officer should be held accountable for an overpayment of 3.49 over and above appropriation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Mr. Chair, I want to thank you for the report, but Mr. Chair, you realize that the report you are giving is very important, not only to this House, but to the nation. When you are talking about the payables, that means the amount of money that government owes to the suppliers. And this definitely means that it has a negative effect on the quality or amount of service delivery. How it would have been better if you went to specific to show which sectors are mainly affected as a result of that non-payment to suppliers. No. But there are critical sectors like roads, like maybe, water. If you could specify, be specific.
Honorable, this is an executive summary. When you look at the report, which is a public document, anybody can retrieve it anytime. When you look at the report will show you the specifics of the payables that are to be paid. For instance, water is a Minister of Water, Minister of Energy, and even people who have supplied the government are still demanding money from government. So when you look at the specifics, then you'll find it in those reports. And whoever really wants these reports can extract them. So what the chairperson has done is to aggregate it to give you the increment from the last financial year vis-a-vis this financial year under review. The consolidated one.
Thank you, Right Honorable. How I would then pray that the chair presents, and then we are given time to go through this report, then we are able to generate the necessary debate and add to their recommendations. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg your indulgence.
First of all, in a public gallery, we have children and teachers from St. Kisito, Ediofe, Orphans Primary School, Arua District. They are represented by Honorable Osoru Maureen and Honorable Emetia John. You're most welcome all the way from Arua. Thank you so much for coming. Yes, Honorable Avuru, the chairman is going to present this report. What we did was to upload it in the system. It is in the system. We'll debate it and approve it and make sure that we have the report, because tomorrow we'll have another report. Let's go through this report. We debate it. Yes.
Right Honorable Speaker, I proceed to non-performing receivables.
Non-performing receivables.
Yes. The Auditor General noted that included in the receivables under note, Honorable Mrs. Take heart, every figure I read here is as is in the Auditor General's report. I don't manufacture any number in the committee. The Auditor General noted that in the receivable under note 20 of the accounts are loans to private and state enterprises mounting, Right Honorable Speaker, to 7.7 trillion, which included non-performing receivables of 919 billion and had not been performing for over 20 years. A provision of a bad debt of 247 billion has been made in this regard. So, Right Honorable Speaker, sometimes when I speak these numbers, 7.7 trillion is money government has upfronted companies and organizations to do particular kinds of work and they have not performed. And they are 7.7 trillion. The amount appear irrecoverable and hence overstating the receivable. Audit further noted some of the private enterprises no longer exist and those that still exist do not recognize their ability in their financial statements. Under the circumstances, the non-performing receivables in question may not be recoverable. Committee observation. Upon review of the list of companies submitted to the committee noted that most of the companies and entities were still existing. Therefore, the association by the accounting officer, the assertion by the accounting officer is misleading. The committee further noted that some of the companies for which the Ministry of Finance is seeking a write-off from government are in good and sound financial position. Therefore, asking government to write off their receivable is a scheme to defraud government of its intended funds. For example, the committee established that DFCU Bank as one of the companies seeking a write-off, which made a profit of 72 billion in the financial year 2024, a significant increase from 28 billion in 2023. Therefore, de-recognizing their receivable to amounts to deliberate loss of public funds. So if a company made a profit of 72 billion, how do we write off? Other entities with non-performing receivable included the Entebbe Airport, worth 481.8 billion, Uganda Rails Corporation, 128, Uganda Growers Corporation, 168 billion. The committee noted that most of the entities thereof exist and the accounting officers should proceed and make recoveries. Committee recommendation. The committee recommended that the accounting officer should institute recovery measures from the companies, including exploring the possibility of turning the outstanding commitments into equity. Management of letters of credit. Right Honorable Speaker, letters of credit for the uninitiated is money. For example, if Parliament in a given year intends to build a chamber and it does not perform by end of a financial year, it doesn't want to return the money, it writes a letter of credit in the Bank of, I'm just giving an example for Bank of Uganda. Auditor General reported that disclosed under Note 19 are prepayments and advances of 1.47 trillion, which comprises of letters of credit of 223.23 billion, overpayment of 488.6 and advances of 716 billion. He, however, reported that letters of credit of worth 219.8 billion were classified under other payments and advances. In addition, 111 letters of credit worth 154 billion had not performed for more than a year, out of which 80 letters of credit worth 148, 80%, had not performed for more than 2 years. Further, the government incurred 3 billion as a cost for renewal, extensions, and commissions for letters of credit. Right Honorable Speaker, included in the letters of credit is a letter of credit from Parliament of Uganda for the chamber. It's not performing well. Committee observation. The committee observed that despite the PSST's guidance on letters of credit, there is a weak enforcement by accounting officer. The committee further noted that delays in the performance of LCs hold up financial resources for other priority activities besides the avoidable extra cost incurred in renewals and extensions. As you search for money, borrow here, there is money that has not been utilized for 2 years. It's in billions, it's in the Bank of Uganda. And right Honorable Speaker, most of that money later on you will discover is money for projects and also money for Ministry of Defense, because it's consuming a lot of money. That later that gave them sole monopoly to do all works in government without capacity. All agencies do is to issue letters of credit to defense, and the project remains for 2 years and done. Zero recovery of accumulated areas of revenue. Audit noted that government had accumulated revenues by 30th June in the entities mounting to 722 billion as follows. Out of areas of NTR as at of 30th of June, worth 457, only 107 billion was collected during the year, leaving 367 billion, 77.4% uncollected for 2 consecutive years as of 30th June 2024. Total 45 boards had accumulated areas of revenue from previous financial year of 77 million, with 0 collection recoveries made during the year. And those 24 votes are annexed in the main report. By 30th of June, the entity had accumulated areas of revenue of 772 trillion. Therefore, Mr. Musasi, as you go on borrowing, you have a lot of money here. You can go after these that have areas of revenue. The committee observed that government not only failed to pay domestic areas amounting to 24 trillion, but also failed to collect 772 billion in outstanding revenue areas. This reflects a breakdown in both revenue and expenditure discipline.
And Honorable Musasi knows that the principle of accounting is that you collect what is due to you before even you do the payment. So this is a serious matter.
The committee further noted that continued accumulation of areas of revenue deprives government of much needed financial resources and may result in loss of public funds. Further, government had failed to formulate adequate policy guidelines in recognizing doubtful debts and uncollectible areas. This explanation by PSST is therefore not correct. Committee recommends that the accounting officer failed to collect revenues should be personally held liable. These accounting officers, Honorable Speaker, we approve here. Those that fail to collect revenue, why should we continue to approve them? And that list is here. 2, the PSST should formulate effective policy to manage revenue and the resulting receivable as a matter of priority. Supplementary releases without request from accounting officers. Right Honorable Speaker, a total of 382 billion worth of supplementary releases were made without request from the accounting officers of various entities. And the law is very clear. It is an accounting office of Parliament that initiates a supplementary request. But there is no way the reverse can happen, where finance sends you money.
So how did the finance know what the accounting officer needed?
So the reverse happened. Finance sent money to these accounting officers without a request from them. And much as they are saying, part of it was for gratuity. The first explanation we got to Right Honorable Speaker was that the large amount of money was for gratuity and pension, which is not true. Even the money is outside. Gratuity and pensions were advanced to accounting officers without their request. And the schedule is there in the report. Share of Honorable Semju has ever come on this issue on this floor. A review of share purchases in Iroko Construction Company. Right Honorable Speaker, on 30th June 22, Parliament of Uganda passed a resolution authorizing the government to acquire 150,000 preferential shares in Iroko Construction Limited, worth 270.01 billion. Audit noted that Clerk to Parliament had communicated to the Minister of Finance to pay 207.13 billion, which was subsequently paid, resulting in an excess payment of 117 million. Share subscription agreement was signed on 20th day of July 2022 between Minister of Finance on behalf of government and the construction company. A review of the share purchase process revealed the following. Section 21 of the Public Funds Management Act states that a vote shall not enter contract, transaction, or an agreement that binds the government to a financial commitment for more than one financial year for which results in contingent liability, except where the financial commitment...
Honorable Chivumbi, where you said the clerk to Parliament had communicated to Minister of Finance to pay. You could actually, you're better off saying that the clerk to Parliament communicated the resolution of Parliament.
I beg to amend accordingly.
Okay.
A resolution of payment.
Because I don't want the clerk to be good, that is the one who authorized. No, it was a resolution of Parliament that he communicated. Thank you.
Yeah, of course, Parliament is not indicted here. Parliament communicated the right amount.
No, I want to protect my clerk.
Yes.
Yes.
Parliament communicated the right amount. It's the Minister of Finance that paid over and above what Parliament communicated. But the query is that they paid earlier than Parliament approved. So that's the resultant effect of doing things the wrong way. A review of the company records at Uganda Registration Bureau, honorable colleagues, revealed the following. The company in a special resolution dated, this is too much, but I want to take you straight to where, okay, let me read, this is critical. The company in a special resolution dated 8th October 2021 has filed at URSB on 20th July 2022 resolved that the company creates preferential redeemable shares, each valued at 1 million and issued at a premium of 380,000 per share. The resolution also provided for the rights attached to the redeemable shares. In a subsequent resolution dated 2022 October 2021 and filed at URSB on 25th July 2022, the company resolved that 150,000 preferential redeemable shares of 1 million issued a premium of this per share be allocated to government of Uganda. In a special resolution of the company dated 2020 October 2021 and filed with URSB on 14th July 2022, the company resolved to increase its share capital from 15 billion to 222.13 billion and to create 150,000 preferential redeemable shares to be allocated to government of Uganda. The company filed an amended company memoranda and articles of association for the company with URSB on the 20th July 2022, in which the company indicated its share capital as 222.13 billion divided into 15,000 ordinary shares and 1 million each and 150,000 redeemable preferential shares issued at a premium of 380.63 shillings per share. Auditor General further noted that the process of purchase of shares and subsequent binding agreement had been completed before approval of Parliament, as noted by the facts. This is the Auditor General, Right Honourable Speaker. Now, the share certificate issued by the company for the 150,000 redeemable shares of government was issued on 2nd day of October 2021. B, in a company resolution made on the 2nd of October 2021 at an extraordinary meeting, the company resolved that 150,000 preferential redeemable shares be created and allotted to government of Uganda. The company's return of allotment of shares dated 20 October 2021 provided 150,000 preference shares had been allotted to the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development for an amount of 207.13 billion. This implied that prior allotment and purchase of shares was done before parliamentary approval. Further, the failure to follow proper processes by the entity undermined the controls in place and may lead to legal disputes in the future. Right Honorable Speaker, the thing is we can easily lose that money in Iroko because somebody can go to court on the basis of this buying of shares before parliamentary approval and question its authenticity. And we're on the verge of doing that. Committee observed that the process of purchase of shares and subsequent binding government was completed before approval of Parliament and contravenes Section 21, 22, 22, subsection 2 of the Public Finance Management Act. There was an overpayment which I've received, and instead of that, there was no due diligence by the Minister of Finance while paying Iroko, hence an overpayment mentioned above. Government lacks policy guidelines to guide bailout and government investment in private entities. Right Honorable Speaker, this is a cry of every committee of Parliament for this to happen, a criteria, a guidance on how to bail out. The committee recommends that the PSSC should be held responsible in accordance with Section 77 of the Public Finance Management Act. The PSST should review the transaction to mitigate any legal risk that may arise to safeguard public funds. The government should speed up formulation of guidelines on bailouts and government investment. The PSST and the Attorney General should have excess funds recovered or more shares acquired equivalent to the overpayment. Review of investment in MS Biopharma Limited of 723.4 billion. Auditor General noted that in April 2024, Parliament approved a supplementary budget of 1.106 trillion, out of which 578.4 billion was meant to support a private company, MS Biopharma Limited, to meet its debt obligation and operational requirements. The payment for the government initial investment in the company of 70 billion, which had been appropriated in the budget of the previous financial year, and 75 billion was further added in December 2023. Cumulatively, the government has so far invested 723.4 billion as of financial support. The Auditor General reviewed the investment and observed: 1, there was no valuation report to establish the net worth of the company in which government was investing, and as such, audit could not confirm whether government received shares worth the value. That is the Auditor General's report. 2, Auditor General was not provided with the shareholders' agreement of the company, of the government investment in the company. Government has yet to receive the share certificates of the company. Right on of the company. Observation. Committee observed that it defeats investment logic for government to invest over 723.4 billion to a company valued at 2 billion only, to get a minority shareholding of only 9.4%. Later on in the interaction with the committee, we discovered that the net worth of the company was only 2 billion. Then you, government of Uganda, generous as you are, You invest 723.4 billion in a company worth 2 billion and you get a shareholding of 9.4. Not anywhere in any logic of finance does that work. There was no due diligence and feasibility study done by Minister of Finance to guide government decision to invest in the company. It is no longer government. It is no wonder government invested that amount of money in a company valued at 2 billion. The accounting officer flouted section 37, subsection 1C of the Audit Act by denying the Auditor General information. Recommendation. The accounting officer should be held liable for flouting section 37(1)(c) of the National Audit Act. The PSST should engage the Attorney General and the company to ensure that the purchase agreement and the share certificates are submitted to the ministry to mitigate any legal risk that may arise. Right Honorable Speaker, these recommendations of the committee I was not noted are the same recommendations of the Auditor General. Treasury operations. So I'm done with the consolidated accounts. Treasury operations, budget performance. Treasury operation had a revised budget of 22.62 trillion in the financial year under review, out of which 20.579 was warranted and 16.823 trillion was spent as illustrated in the table below. There is a table that establishes that trend. Right Honorable Speaker, we note, because later on these are fundamental issues, that treasury operation had a budget of 22. Because we are going to tackle this time, we've tackled an animal called bond switch and its impact on the economy. No. This is another report of treasury operations for the financial, out of which was warranted and 16 was spent as illustrated. That means treasury operation could not also spend all the monies that was being warranted to it. Analysis of the performance of the total funds warranted indicate that treasury operations suffered a 10.7% release variance. Out of the revised budget of 22 that had been appropriated, 20 was warranted, resulting in an unwarranted budget of 2.04 trillion. Right Honorable Speaker, for treasury operation not to warrant money that is budgeted for, that is the statutory obligation, immediately means you are incurring a payable. That's why you are having those payables going up. Further analysis of the warrant funds indicate that the entity was not able to utilize funds to a tune of 3.756 trillion, representing 18.48% of the warranted funds. These unutilized funds mainly affected the following. I'll put the areas. Right Honorable Speaker, this is very critical. You see this treasury operation does not spend 3.75 trillion of the monies that is warranted to it, but later on, you'll see what they do. Continued increase in payable. The Auditor General reviewed the statement of finance position and it disclosed under 2027 that under note 27 and noted a significant increase in payables from 6.144 trillion in the year 2022 to 9.24 trillion by end of the financial year 2023, an increment of 50%. Further analysis, that means that Honorable Speaker, Bank of Uganda was paying for
in the year 2022-2023. It is a financial year. We're talking about financial year. 2022-2023, it was 9.240 trillion.
Yes.
And then by the end of the financial year 2023-2024,
it was 9.42.
Yes.
Yes.
So it is a financial year.
Yeah, it is financial year, but the money is 9.42, 6.42. Right Honorable Speaker, further analysis revealed that in the year of audit, new payables stood at 4.950 trillion compared to only 2.692 paid during the financial year. So this is compounded the problem. They accumulated another payable of 4.9, then only were able to pay 2.69 trillion. The above scenario implies that the rate at which government contracts domestic area is much higher than the rate of payment, leading to the continued accumulation of domestic area. It is also a failure to comply with the budget commitment control guidelines. Failure to fund invoices at the close of financial year under treasury operations worth 8.313 trillion. According to section 10.10.17 of the Treasury Instructions to 2017, an accounting officer will ensure that no payments due in a financial year remain unpaid at the end of that financial year. Towards the close of each financial year, the head of finance and accounts function will take steps to obtain bills from any person to whom money may be due and submit payment vouchers for them to the appropriate accounting officer for payment. From the analysis of the budget performance at the close of the financial year under review, I noted that a total of 8.13 trillion worth of invoices remained unpaid by the close of a financial year. Under the circumstances, there is an accumulation of unpaid obligation with BOU that attract interest charges to government, which could be avoided with an effective budget execution policy and therefore budget discipline. Further analysis of the Auditor General revealed...
Procedure matter.
Madam Speaker, we are 529 MPs. In the chambers right now, we are 24. The chair of the committee and the vice, you can discount them. You can also discount UPDF. The president said they are listening post. So which means we are 20. That's what the president said. So procedure issue I am raising for your guidance.
The presence of the UPDF is by the law.
Yeah, I recognize it. I was only reminding them that their commander-in-chief said they are listening post. They are not full.
When did he say that?
Not even once, twice.
A problem you like hearsay. Mm-hmm.
Madam Speaker, if you allow me, I'll bring you...
What is the procedure matter?
The procedure issue I am raising, because this is a very important report. Whether either the chair summarizes for the few who are remaining here, because when they leave it, then he will be presenting to an empty chamber. Or, Madam Speaker, you postpone and we start Parliament tomorrow at 10 when colleagues are here.
Chair is actually making summaries. So let's continue with the report.
You know, the other day Honorable Semuju was on TV complaining that there are so many people looking for votes, but after winning, they will not be in the chamber.
So you cannot continue waiting for people who will not be in the chamber.
No, I mean that members of parliament go out and seek for mandate to represent people.
Yes.
Okay, they campaign, they do all manner of stuff, only to come to parliament and they are not there.
Exactly, and I've complained several times that if you're not in the house, you're not in the constituency. So where are you? Yes. And that's why the voters are very wise.
So, Right Honourable Speaker, I'll speed up. Parliament, the committee observed that in the financial year ended, government...
So you make a summary.
Yeah. For example, the penalties for these unpaid invoices was 250 billion, which government paid. Supplementary expenditure. Audit revealed that supplementary funding extended to the vote 130 and noted that a supplementary funding mounting to 3.67 trillion had been uploaded on infamous for spending under the vote below. And that there is a table below. Unwarranted supplementary funding appropriated. Analysis of the big file extracted from infamous indicated that a total of supplementary funding amounting to 2 trillion was loaded on the system awaiting warrant of funds to enable expenditure. However, it was observed that warranting did not occur, hence funds were not available for expenditure. Public debt. I think we've talked about this one, the whole of today. Yes. The figure is known. I don't need I will be over repeating. And they were not contradictory. And the category of public debt, members, you would read. Trend in public debt, members, you read. Costs associated with the bond switch. Right, Honorable Speaker, here I will spend a minute or so. And a country requires a good explanation. Honorable Speaker, we rightly said we provided a budget of 22 and warranted was 20. Now, audit observed that among other challenges, the Treasury was facing cash flow constraints during the year. The Treasury requested the Bank of Uganda to switch bonds totaling to 684.01 billion during the period under review, which resulted in accumulation of accrued interest totaling to 1,54670 billion by maturity of those instruments. The table below shows. Right, Honorable Speaker, I know for those who are not highly initiated in finance and economics, this may be a bit usual. Right, Honorable Speaker, this is what it is. Let me explain. We give them money for debt redemption. That when these bonds mature, okay, please pay. Now, what they do, in the middle there, when Honorable Mara's debt matures, they don't, this is not even a borrowing. They go to Honorable Mara and tell them, Honorable Mara, your bond has matured. Instead of you having, let's give you 2 or 3 or 20 more years. And the interest, annual interest to those bonds, just annual, is annual interest, the total was not put here. Annual interest to those bonds and what comes through, by the time they pay interest, the interest paid, there is no money that has gone to government. Omar a long time ago let government borrow whatever. His debt has matured, he doesn't pay. He says, I can give it to you on a more 3-year bond, 20, even a 20 bond, the table here shows.
Financial engineering.
Financial engineering. But the question is, we have given them money under treasury operations to pay. And the Auditor General says there could be an element of diversion of funds through this bond. Now, the committee lacked the time to interrogate the diversion aspect of funds. And that's why you requested some time back for a forensic audit, especially on bond switches, because it's so lucrative a deal. I've looked here. Somebody pays government. If you look here, on the same day, government goes back and comes back in the evening. You can't believe. In the morning, they go and borrow from somewhere. In the evening, they also go back. We don't have enough. You can't run a government like that. Is that bad? So, Right Honorable Speaker, this bond switch, which causes, and they've done another one, which may be in the next year's audit, where they've now paid a bond to Bank of Uganda to settle that huge debt. I've looked at the figure. No, I've looked at the figure. It's going to be 13 trillion. By the end, they settle the instrument. Out of instead of 8. It's going to be 13 trillion. And this is paid in 20 years. So many of us will not be in this space. But our children will grapple with this kind of encumbrances. And when they are calculating the national debt, these figures are not included. That's why your figure Our figures of national debt are hugely misleading. These are not regarded as national debt, yet you have incurred a debt. They are done without parliamentary approval. But if these bond switches were to come to your office and to a committee that you want to bond switch, we would look at the impact. But they do it through a statutory revision, which is illegal. They have no powers whatsoever. That's, Honorable Speaker, it is your powers that they are taking away. Right, Honorable Speaker, I'll go to something called, because I'm now summarizing, I'll go to what they call bond placement. Now, this placement of bonds, every year these people, the Minister of Finance should have a calendar on days on which they will float bonds. Now, what they do, in the middle there, no, they simply go bond placement. They simply look for who to buy money from, to give them money from. They go soliciting, Madam Speaker, do you have 1 billion? Do you have, and the interest here now vary. You'll find a bond that was at 6%, 10%, it is at 13%, and it's one officer negotiating with the guy with the money. So, and when you look at the amount of money that was switched during the year, it is the 3,362 was done through bond placement. And the interests are mind-boggling. A total of 1.3 was borrowed from the domestic market using this. The net impact, you are going to pay over 2 trillion. This is not good financial engineering. And this is borrowing, Right Honorable Speaker, without approval of Parliament. Debt to GDP level and debt sustainability, we've talked about it. I'll leave that. Assessment of fiscal discipline to GDP, I'll leave that, Right Honorable Speaker. May I now go, Right Honorable Speaker, to what we tackled, I've done with the treasury operation. Those were silent issues in the treasury operations. Right Honorable Speaker, let me go to something called now projects. I have a whole report, special report on projects, which I would beg members to peruse, because most of these...
Honorable members, much as is giving us a summary, kindly get time and read these reports.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, during the financial under review, an overall budget of 61.6 trillion, out of which 11 trillion was allocated for implementation of various projects by different votes. Here, that's what we are talking about. In the scheme of things, where you had a budget of 61, 11 trillion of this money was in projects. That's how big it is. Why project? And Right Honorable Speaker, it is for the first time, and I must thank members, that a committee of PAC has found time and space to look at audit reports of projects. And we just did a sample, because an institution like Makerere University has got 61 projects. National, Minister of Water, 28. Minister of Finance has so many projects. So the projects are so many, we've just done a sample to give us what it is in a project. Committee appreciated the fact that, let me leave that. However, be as it may, the committee observed that the project implementation had faced a lot of challenges, which had led to a lot of, their figures I've left that are important. We had 11 trillion under projects. Out of the 11 trillion allocated for the project, 7.9 was through borrowed money, through loans. Right Honorable Speaker, another 3.09 trillion was from grants, just money given to Uganda. And I will explain to you, money given to Uganda in the financial year, 3 trillion, how much are we able to use? Money given, not even borrowed. The committee However, be as it may, the committee observed that project implementation had faced a lot of challenges, which had led to a lot of wastage and abuse in their implementation. This is because of poor conceptualization, poor planning, misalignment of priorities in the project component, and as a result, many projects are behind schedule, which almost double the initial overhead costs. The committee identified the following challenges in the project implementation by government. 1, undispatched loan funds and grants. 2, misaligned priorities in the project component. Exorbitant costs per unit. High costs of consultancy fees. High commitment fees on debt servicing. Incomplete projects despite receiving and utilizing all project funds, and foreign exchange loss, among others. Let me go to undispatched loans and grants. Right Honorable Speaker and members, the Auditor General reported that government secured loans and grants from government partners worth 7.9, almost 8 trillion, of which 3.9 respectively was for grant. However, only, and I'm saying, Honorable Nani, can you listen? Honorable Omara, this will interest you. However, only out of the 11 trillion, only 3.48% of the loan money was spent. And on the grant money of 3 trillion, only 788 billion, 25% of the grant had been drawn to support specific projects. How do we fail to utilize grants? And we are averaging 26% on grant. Money given to us free of charge. 3 trillion, you only use this, and you are here saying we borrow. Leaving a huge undispatched loan of 4.143 trillion and a grant of 2.29 trillion lying idle in the Bank of Uganda. Loans. The Auditor General in the Consolidated Report account sampled and analyzed 17 government loans extracted from the debt management and financial analysis system from June 2022 to December 2024 and noted an obnoxious low disbursement performance of different loans as shown in the table below. I've put a table here for the 17. This table, Right Honorable Speaker, was put by the Auditor General. For me to say I've put is the wrong thing. I've just extracted it from the Auditor General report. That tells you, for example, Mbarara Masaka transition line had a loan amount of $35 million. Only $122,000 had been utilized, which is 0.03%. Look at Kampala City Road Agagoguru transmission line. There was a loan of 40 billion. These are euros. These monies are in euros, so it's a huge amount of money. They are 40 million euros. And dispatched is 18. Dispatch is 18. Undispatched 21. Kampala City Roads Rehabilitation, a loan amount of 224. And undispatched stood at 58. No, dispatched stood at 58, 169 and dispatched. And you can go on and on and on, project per project to 16. The committee observed that most of the loans will not be absorbed by the end of their tenure. For example, Mbarara Masaka had performed at only 3%. Luwero Butalenga Road had performed at 23%. Butalangwa Road had performed at 23%. And I sympathize, let me this time, Ratona Speaker, sympathize with the President. You find him on State of Nations reading roads. These ones are done. These ones are going to be done. These ones are going to be done. Wapi? Money will be borrowed, remains on account, some on grant, are not being done. and you are busy on a budgeted day, reading all kinds of roads, power lines, water, for money that will not be dispatched. And my sympathy goes to the old man. So I've put here a number of loans. Generally, the committee observed the average undispatched loan performance stands at 37%. This is far below average, indicating significant underperformance in project deliverables, and yet those undispatched loans continue to attract commitment charges, which increase the cost of debt servicing. Review of the Auditor General's report by the committee revealed an increase in undispatched funds of 1.90 trillion at the end of June 2024 from 14.6 in the financial year to 16 trillion 0.49 of the money which, Honorable Speaker, you here defy all odds to ensure you pass to these government officers. 16 trillion of this money remain undispatched out there. For you've done your part, you've cleared them, go implement, but every day this parliament is like an approval of loans for which you can't feed an animal that cannot consume the food we feed it. That's why, Right Honorable Speaker, you should at least now be cautious on placing those questions. Because they have no capacity, absorption capacity, representing 22% increment. But also, Right Honorable Speaker, commitment fees.
Honorable Minister of Finance, Honorable Minister, maybe that would require us to seek for a report from you on monies that have been borrowed, how much is utilized, how much is outstanding.
But Right Honorable Speaker,
we would really need a day to discuss that. Because, for instance, if you're looking at a climate smart, we've allowed you to borrow to a tune of 325, and you have only used the 26 billion. That is worrying. We need to look at that seriously. Because remember, that's why I asked the question, how much interest are we paying? And we are paying interest on what? On what is disbursed or on what is approved? And indeed, we are paying on what is approved. We're even paying interest on what we are not using. So we'll need to look at that. We'll need a day to look at that.
Madam Speaker, the law already compels me to bring this report to Parliament periodically.
Which you brought the other day.
Which I brought the other day.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. We need to interest ourselves.
Yes.
You not as a minister, this time as a member of Parliament, concerned about your people. Yes. Yes. Let's get a day and look at all those loans. Maybe it will help these institutions to help to spend the money. Yes.
Right Honorable Speaker, you're right about that. And listening to the Chair of Public Accounts Committee, I know he's summarizing the report, but he's also debating it. We get tempted to believe that he's very passionate that if you are looking the other side, he will summon you to be at, he would take your role. I would love to hear some of the recommendations, strict recommendations, because issues of loan, even on this side, I don't speak for everyone, but we need to come out with something that from the Public Accounts Committee. Let's not just point out what the Auditor General, what can we do so that when we borrow, we get value for it? And that one, I've not gotten a copy of the report. I would be glad to support if you want to either propose amendments on what we borrow, that would be good. But realizing that it is government is a huge task to do.
Can you finish up with the report?
Yeah, Right Honorable Speaker, when we were in China, where you sent us on a benchmarking trip, the Chinese gave us with the Auditor General a critical objective of audit. Other than fault finding, the audit's major critical objective is to rectify and write things up and ensure that things are not done with impunity. And I want you to consume this from that paradigm. Honorable both or both. So, let me read the report. I can read the report, but I have a summary. If you want to read the report, I can go to this huge volume, sir. Read line by line.
Honorable Gwang, we are going to upload all the reports. They are already done, so give us your summary. And
okay, let me give you the summary now, if that's what you want. Commitment fees paid on these undispatched loans in the financial year under review, $73 million. No, 73 billion Ugandan shillings. The committee observed that the total commitment fees was, let me give you another figure that will really throw you off balance. Let me take you to the another. Now you are disorganizing me properly. Now when I look constructing incompetent companies, because you see, Honorable, you wanted us to say, during interaction with accounting, the committee established that the causes of undispatched funds were majorly due to, 1, failure to meet project milestones and timelines by implementing agencies. 2, contracting incompetent companies. Weak contract management and supervision by accounting officer. Variations in project scope from approved plans without approval from Government Development Committee. Commencing project without feasibility studies. Delayed acquisition of right-of-way by infrastructure projects. And poor conceptualization of projects, among others. During the rice project implementation by the Minister of Culture, Animal Industries and Fisheries in 2 districts of Bugiri and Bugweri, the Auditor General noted inadequate capacity of a contractor, and he has put a figure here. Inadequate capacity of a contractor. This was a contractor advanced 15 billion to do mobilization of equipment and blah blah. Now this fellow, we have a list of the equipment he mobilized and their functionality. He mobilized equipment that are not even functional, but this is the contractor on a project.
Read the report.
I read the report. Okay, yeah, now I read the report. Yes. Under the rice project implemented by the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industries and Fisheries in 2 districts of Bugiri and Bugweri, the Auditor General noted that inadequate capacity of the contractor. The audit noted that the contractor was advanced 15.049 billion on 23rd February 2023 to enable the contractor mobilize sufficient equipment for execution of works. The funds were advanced as follows. The account is put there and wait. During the inspection, Auditor General compared the equipment that was required to mobilize on site as per the contract and what the contractor had mobilized and noted significant variances. The contract provided for mobilization of 47 units of equipment on site. However, at the time of inspection, only 15 units were mobilized, representing a mobilization level of only 32%. Audit found this inadequate. In addition, some of the equipment that had been mobilized to the site were non-functional, as indicated in the figure below. Bulldozer, he needed 3. He mobilized 2. Function, only 2 were functional out of the 3. Excavators, 0.11 bucket, something like that. There were 5, he mobilized 1, 20%, and that 1 mobilized was not functional. Motor grader, HB 140, there were 3, he mobilized 1, average mobilization. So I can go on and on and on this contractor. Audit inspection undertaken in August 2024, 12 months after receipt of the advancement, revealed that the physical progress was estimated at 4.8%. A number of primary activities had not been implemented by the contractor as shown in the table below. These grants, the Auditor General reported that government entered into 10 grant agreements worth $127 million US dollars, that is worth 467 billion from different development partners. Audit sampled the 2 grants which were fully funded and were meant to close on 30th June 2024. A combined grant of 2 projects as per agreement was $87.17 million, approximately 350 trillion. However, by the close of the financial year 2022-24, only $47 million, 160, had been absorbed by the 2 different projects. This meant that US dollars 40.42 an equivalent of 149 billion, remained undispatched by government of Uganda, even when the grant period had elapsed. The table 2, the two grants relate to the following projects illustrated in the table below. The committee observed that government had not honored its contractual obligations as per the grant agreement in some of the projects under USMED and UGIFT. For example, as part of its obligation, government was supposed to secure land titles for all government sites. However, this could not be done for all government sites. Failure by government to secure these land titles lead to under-absorption of grant funds. Committee further observed that there were instances of slow execution of works by some contractor, and this further led to under-absorption. There is a construction of aquaculture parks by Ministry of Works. But let me go to 2. Misalignment priorities in project components, which we have been talking about here. During interaction and consideration of the project account, the committee observed that the bulk of the project's fund had been allocated to trivial project components like administrative costs, consultancy fee, and allowances, other than the core project components for which funds were thought. This misalignment of project priorities has continued to deprive government of desired impact and achievement of project objectives. For example, under Uganda support for municipal infrastructure development project, USMED, out of a total project cost of $360 million US dollars, which is 1.29 trillion, US dollars 162 billion, 13%, was allocated to administration and coordination, leaving core project components such as municipal institutional support grants worth only 10 million as per the figures below. Under government growth opportunity and productive for women enterprise in Uganda, out of 10 million US dollars, 38.1 billion and dispersed across 4 different projects during the financial year. Only 1.6 million was dispatched to support micro-enterprises for women groups, which is a core function and impacts directly on women compared to the 2.17, which is 8 billion dispatched to multiple purposes and production facilities component. The committee established that out of 2.17 million, 800 billion dispatched to multipurpose services and production facilities. A repetition. 557.2 million was spent for procurement of supervising consultant for construction works for the common user facility, which is more than what the women group gets on average. 576 million went for that purpose. Below shows project component allocation and expenditure for the year ended. I've put a figure below. Right Honorable Speaker, under the reducing climate change vulnerability of local communities in Uganda through ecosystem-based adaptation in wetland and forest in the Ministry of Water and Transport, 1.24 trillion had been allocated to increase knowledge and awareness of government officers and commitments. No, it is 1.4 billion had been allocated for increase of knowledge and awareness of government officers and communities at project intervention. The committee observed that the activity of increasing knowledge and awareness of committee officers had already been catered for under project management costs and monitoring and evaluation. This has left core project components such as improving technical and institutional capacity at local and national level to integrate EBA into existing management plans for wetland and forest, strengthened with only 512 million US dollars, which is 1.8 as illustrated below. Exorbitant costs per unit cost. Right Honorable Speaker, this one should concern all of us. During the committee interaction and examination of project reports, the committee established that some of the project costs were obnoxiously high. The Auditor General reported that under USMED project, the cost of rehabilitating 1.37 kilometer road in Arua city mounted to 13.4 billion, with the supervision cost of 3 billion. That is, you are doing 1.37 kilometer of a road, municipal road, built as is, no compensation, costed 13.3 billion. The supervisor walked away with the 3 billion. While in Imbarara city, the cost of constructing 1 kilometer Buremba Road mounted to 4.9 billion with the supervision of 249 billion. In Imbarara, you are achieving it at 4.9 billion. Supervision is 249 million. There, the other side, it is 3 billion. The cost here is 4.9. There it is 13. That's the unit cost. The detailed report is there. In Fort Portal City, the cost of constructing 2.68 kilometer road works mounted to 21.4 billion, with the supervision cost of 2.5. While in Mubende, the cost of constructing 2.869 kilometers mounted to 14.24 billion, with the supervision cost of 2.5 billion. These roads measure the same in terms of kilometer, and yet obnoxious differs in the cost of construction and supervision. Right Honorable Speaker. The committee noted that the Ministry of Works and Transport undertook a study to establish the unit cost rates, quantity estimates, regional comparison, and the development of software-based cost estimation and monitoring system. The report established that the average cost of upgrading a paved road with bitumen surface treatment ranged from 2.3 billion increased from 2.3 billion in 2017-18 to 3.13 in 2018-19. So that was the average cost of doing a bitumen road in an urban area. But here I took 24, 13. You wonder if somebody else, and here, Right Honorable Speaker, these figures are approved by these committees of parliament. But who approves? From cabinet to parliament to all our committees, if I had my word, was going to summon the chairpersons of these committees and ask them, how do you on earth?
Unfortunately, you have no powers.
I have no powers. I was going to say, who gives you powers to really do this kind of thing? Going by estimates of Ministry of Works, by Ministry of Works and Transport, 13.3 cost of rehabilitating a 2-point road in Arua district would have constructed 4.32 kilometers at a cost of 3.1 billion, while the 21.4 billion cost of constructing a 2.86 kilometers for Fort Potro Road would have constructed 6.9 kilometers at a cost at the above cost. The committee therefore notes that these variations in cost overruns resulted into inflated road project costs and loss of public funds. Right Honorable Speaker, high consultancy and professional fees mounting to 770.98 billion was paid during the financial year. The committee observed that at the time of designing the project appraisal documents, project proposal, they factor in high costs of consultancy and professional fees. The committee observed that in the audit consolidated statements of financial performance, government paid a total of 770.98 billion as consultancy, professional fees across government ministries and MDs. For example, under the Resource Enhancement and Accountability Program, RIP, implemented by the Ministry of Finance, the project had a total budget of 72.8 during the financial year, out of 62 was funded by government, while 12 billion was by development partners. Out of the 12.0 budgeted by development partners, 7.662 points was spent on consultancy fees alone, leaving a mere balance of 4.4 billion only for implementing other project components. Comparatively, out of the 60 billion received from government of Uganda, that is 20 billion was spent on staff salaries and related costs, leaving a balance of 39.3 billion to the project itself. The committee observed that this is an obnoxious amount to be spent just on salaries. The committee noted that, Right Honorable Speaker, that's what the committee notes. The committee recommendations are there for all to read. Right Honorable Speaker, Right Honorable Speaker, that sums up the presentation of projects, units, and one of our recommendations that projects be rationalized under APEX to go into the main ministries, other than the so-called consultants. What hurts, Right Honorable Speaker, irrespective of the huge fees, no single project in Uganda is on schedule. Every single project is on. Then we also noted something small which I want with. You find one project officer controlling trillions of shillings in 3 different projects. Multitasking. And is in the and some of these officers are in the Ministry of Finance. We found one under private sector coordinating 3 huge projects, one gentleman. And these things hurt the country. Right Honorable Speaker, for the second part of the audit on ministries.
Which one is the second part?
Yeah, ministries and universities and referrals. May I beg the Vice to do the needful.
I hope she's going to give a summary.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I thank the Chair for that brief presentation. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to appreciate you for the time you've allocated to the Committee on Public Accounts and also thank the members. I'm going to summarize, Right Honourable Speaker. This is the sector of Justice, Law and Order, the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, the Judiciary, Office of the Director of Public Prosecution, Directorate of Government Analytical Laboratory, Uganda Police, and Uganda Prisons. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm going to summarize. Honorable colleagues, I'm going to begin with the budgets for these sectors. Right Honorable Speaker, these entities received budgets as follows. The Office of the DPP received a budget of 92 billion and it received 99% of the budget. Right Honorable Speaker, all these received their budgets, close to 93%, save for the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs that got a shortfall of 10 billion. The Directorate of the DIGAL got a shortfall of 12.33 billion, and the Judiciary had a budget shortfall of 30 billion. Right Honorable Speaker, the accounting officer explained that these budget cuts were beyond their jurisdiction, and this arose out of the Ministry of Finance failing to warrant all the budgets as appropriated. Right Honorable Speaker, this affects the implementation of the budget, and the committee notes that the accounting officer should ensure that statutory obligations and critical activities are given the first priority, and also the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development should allocate adequate resources and release it timely to facilitate provision of services to the intended beneficiaries. Honorable colleagues, when you get budget cuts, that means some of these activities will not be implemented. However, Right Honorable Speaker, much as we have budget cuts, but also the little that is warranted to some of these agencies, the monies are not utilized as shown under. Right Honorable Speaker, from, for example, if I can give the example of the Uganda Police Forces, they failed to utilize 175 billion. Then the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs did not utilize 4.7 billion. The GAL failed to utilize 2.3 billion, and the Judiciary also didn't utilize 11.54 billion. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee observed that failure to optimally utilize warrants by accounting officer meant that planned activities were not implemented on time, and these inactions by accounting officers breach the PFMA, that is 43.3, and that means this leads to under-absorption of funds, and this distorts budgetary implementation that also denies beneficiaries of some of these projects the right to have services. Right Honorable Speaker, colleagues, you need to observe that much as budgets are not warranted as given, but also the warrants are not utilized by the entities, denying beneficiary services. Right Honorable Speaker, from these 5 entities, I'm just going to pick a few areas of concern. For example, if we go to the Uganda, I'll begin with the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution. Right Honorable Speaker. Query number 1 is audit of the prosecution's case management information system. Honorable colleagues, there was a delayed rollout of this system, and a review of this second stage of the strategic plan showed that by the end of the previous plan, 30 offices were connected to this system, and there was a performance of only 21%. Right Honorable Speaker, this is in the interest of having automation of some of these systems to ensure that we simplify offer of services to the people that are served by these entities. So the delayed rollout of this system, Right Honorable Speaker, eventually the committee observed that while the Office of the DPP had made incremental progress in rolling out of the procurement system, a 35 performance was below the average that was desired. So the performance was at 35%. And the committee noted that the Office of the DPP had delayed to seek for support from NITA Uganda to address the internet connectivity challenge, as was explained. And therefore, the accounting officer should budget for the funds to acquire the necessary support for infrastructure so as to accelerate and expand the rollout of the system to these other entities, 148 entities that are not connected. And number 2, the DP should liaise with NITA Uganda to expedite internet connection to some of these offices that were not connected. Right Honorable Speaker, the other issue is about understaffing under the office of the DPP. Honorable colleagues, the accounting officer reported that the office of the DPP had various directorates and departments with a total approved establishment of 1,482 staff, but they only had 577 positions filled. So this means the office is very understaffed, and this automatically leads to delay in execution of their mandate. The committee recommends that to enhance access to justice, government through the Ministry of Finance should provide adequate wage budget to ensure the recruitment of critical staff by the Public Service Commission. Right Honorable Speaker, I will have just a few issues under the Uganda Police. The Uganda Police, we have a challenge of accumulation of areas. Accumulation of areas cuts across all these entities that we have mentioned, but special about the Uganda Police, they had an accumulation of areas up to a tune of 122.953 billion.
Is it 122 or 112?
Sorry, 112.953 billion, Right Honorable Speaker. So we note that there is an obnoxious or abnormal increment in domestic arrears under the police, and the committee recommends that the accounting officer should be held liable because that led to diversion of funds in the Uganda Police. Right Honorable Speaker, there is also implementation of the sub-county policing model. The sub-county policing model also faces several challenges where it was, the model was supposed to be piloted in 12 policing areas. However, most of them have not been rolled out because of challenges of staffing requirements, inadequate transport requirements to implement the model, structures required to implement the model, planned addition of more sub-counties onto the sub-county policing model, and therefore the committee observed that although ambitious in nature, the sub-county model policing was necessary as a countermeasure to rampant surge in crime. The committee further noted that the police had received only UGX 158.355 billion as classified budget out of the 905.72 budget, which could be used in addressing these identified challenges. So there is there are budget challenges because the budget was 905 billion and they were only given 158 billion, Right Honorable Speaker, meaning there was insufficient funding for that area. Right Honorable Speaker, we are going to Uganda prisons. I'm picking out the areas that are very important. Congestion in prisons. Right Honorable Speaker, the Auditor General reported that the current prisons holding capacity was 21,126 prisoners, while the prisoner population as of June 2024 stood at 79,757, exceeding the holding capacity by 58,631 inmates. This resulted in an occupancy rate of 377.5%. Right Honorable Speaker, despite Uganda Police constructing additional prison wards, Uganda Police continues to grapple with overcrowding of prisons, with the highest congestion noted in Aswa 1, Kicheche, Buburo, Kakumiro, and Kigandalo prisons. Honorable colleagues, you can look at that table that shows excesses of inmates in prisons. Right Honorable Speaker, the prisoner population is growing at an average rate of 8%, while the prisoner accommodation is expanding only by 3.5% annually. So meaning there is a very big discrepancy between the prisoner population average and the accommodation expansion rate. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee recommends that government should provide more funding to support Uganda Police efforts in constructing the accommodation space, and also as a sector of justice, law and order, we must enhance efficiency systems to hasten the administration of justice. This would free up space in prisons. Right Honorable Speaker, overstay on remand. Honorable colleagues, analysis of prisoners' statistics revealed that Prisoners on remand make 48% of the total prisoner population. So this should be taken note of, Right Honorable Speaker. We have so many prisoners in prison and the ratio is simply too high. Honorable colleagues, take note of high ratio of custodial staff to prisoners. Right Honorable Speaker, the Auditor General noted that as of 30th June 2024, the staffing levels at Uganda prisons were at 14,145 staff against the approved structure of 42,724 staff, leaving 28,579 positions vacant. The number of custodial staff was at 11,576, serving a population of 79,757 prisoners, resulting in a high average custodial staff to prisoner ratio of 1:7 instead of the recommended ratio of 1:3. So meaning every staff of prison looks after 7 prisoners. But when you look at the table detailed down, for example, when it comes to Kampala, the prisoner to staff ratio is 1:17 in some areas. To some areas like Masaka, it's 1:12. Some areas like Masindi, it is 1:16. So, Right Honorable Speaker, meaning that the prison staff are overworked, Right Honorable Speaker. Long distances between prisons and courts, Honorable colleagues, you should note that the Auditor General noted that the long distances between prisons and court locations, with some prisons located more than 20 kilometers from the nearest courts, that prisoners need to attend. This table shows, Right Honorable Speaker, the distances between prisons and the courts. So, Honorable colleagues, as we read, we must pay attention to this sector of justice, law and order. And Right Honorable Speaker, there is also this challenge of operationalization of the prisoners' management information system. It also has a lot of challenges. Then, under budgeting for domestic arrears, Right Honorable Speaker, the Auditor General reviewed the approved estimates for the year and noted that Uganda shillings 9.7 billion was provided and released to settle domestic arrears. However, domestic arrears brought forward from the previous year were Uganda shillings 182 billion. So the arrears were 182.35 billion versus a budget that was provided of 9.7 billion. Right Honorable Speaker, causing a shortfall of 172 billion in arrears versus the budget that was provided, meaning there is a serious challenge of under-budgeting for domestic arrears. So the same entity faces challenges of accumulation of domestic arrears, Right Honorable Speaker. And the other area is inadequacy in disposing civil and criminal cases. Right Honorable Speaker, we still have a challenge of delay in disposal of civil and criminal cases. And the table shows the delays that there are in the sector of prisons. Right Honorable Speaker, the other issue is accumulation of bail fees. An analysis of refunds revealed that the percentage of bail refunds relative to the bail balance remains below 30%, with only 10% refunded in the financial year 2023-2024. To date, we have outstanding balance on bail funds of 24.291 billion, meaning those who pay bail fees do not get an opportunity to receive that money back. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee recommends that the accounting officer should consider restructuring the bail refund process through digitalization. This would reduce the long bureaucracy and other administrative delays to improve accessibility and ensure timely reconstitution of to litigation. Right Honorable Speaker, lastly is the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs. This one has long outstanding court awards and compensation, honorable colleagues. This is the only matter, among others, that is so important under the Ministry of Justice, where the Auditor General reviewed 71 human rights awards, court awards, ex gratia and compensation ordered by courts, and reported that awards worth 1.98 billion remained unpaid for the period ranging from 2 years to over 10 years. So we have these ones pending, and the committee recommends that the accounting officer should budget for the awards and government should provide the requisite funds. And also the accounting officer, together with Uganda Human Rights Commission, should establish the details of the beneficiaries for quick settlement to avoid accumulation of interest. Right, Honorable Speaker, whenever you delay payment of these arrears, interest is paid on these arrears. And so far, government is going to pay Uganda shillings 159 billion as interest on these arrears that have not been paid on time. Right, Honorable Speaker, the other report is on the report of the Public Accounts Committee Central on specialized national regional referral hospitals and other specialized hospitals. Honorable colleagues, I'm going to summarize. Right, Honorable Speaker, we are looking at details of the following hospitals in summary. Right, Honorable Speaker, we are looking at the following: Masaka Regional Referral Hospital, Entebbe Regional Referral Hospital, Mbale, Naguru, Jinja, Mubende, Fort Portal, Mbarara Regional Referral Hospital, Kabale, Rira, Gulu, Moroto, Hoima, Arua, Butabika, Mulago, Kawempe, Chirudu, Soroti, and the Mulago Women's Specialized Hospital. Right, Honorable Speaker, implementation and budget performance. Honorable colleagues, for all the regional referral hospitals, we observed, I'll begin with implementation of the approved budget. Right, Honorable Speaker, regional referral hospitals are expected to collect NTR to support government budget. And honorable colleagues, the total NTR was supposed to be 20,406,000,000. And there was an overperformance of 21.924. However, this should be noted. From the table, government projected to collect the above, and 21 was collected, Right, Honorable Speaker, meaning there was an overperformance. So, honorable colleagues, as a committee, we noted that government, in the offer of service to regional referral hospital, the committee noted that all accounting officers that did not meet their budgeted NTR targets, all failed to realize their NTR, contravened instructions 4.102 of the Treasury Operations. The committee noted that non-transfer of NTR to the Treasury deprives government of revenue, and also noted that the Ministry of Finance failed to provide revenue targets to some of these entities. That is why there was an overperformance and also underestimation of NTR by these entities. So accounting officers should ensure that number one, should ensure that NTR targets are set based on the stronger assumptions and benchmarks to enable realistic NTR. And also accounting officers should institute mechanisms to ensure that a billed NTR is fully collected. Minister of Finance should always make prompt responses to requests of NTR revisions by entities. The accounting officers should incorporate all NTR sources during the budgeting process. Honorable colleagues, performance of government of Uganda warrants. Right, Honorable Speaker, a total of 475 billion, 4.45 was budgeted for to be released to these referral hospitals and national specialized regional hospitals. However, a total of 470.65 was released. From the above table, government allocated a total budget as mentioned, and there was, out of which 470 was warranted, implying a shortfall of 4.77 billion. So all these entities in total did not receive 4.7 billion as releases. Right, Honorable Speaker, the committee appreciates government for releasing 100% for some of these referral hospitals, but also notes that these hospitals, some of these did not receive their budgets as shown above by the under-release of 4.7 billion. Right, Honorable Speaker, utilization. Honorable colleagues, much as the whole budget is not warranted, but also referral hospitals failed to utilize the warrants as were given. And we had a variance of 41.76 billion as unutilized warrants, yet there are services that they were supposed to render. Therefore, the committee observed generally that under-absorption of funds does not only distort planning and budget implementation, but also denies services and other deserving beneficiaries. The committee takes note of of the action of the accounting officers and the PSST, but should not in itself paralyze the implementation of these activities. The committee recommends that pursuant to Section 45 of the PFMA, the accounting officers should adhere to the annual budget performance contract signed with the PSST, which binds the accounting officers to deliver on the activities in the work plan of the vote for which they have budgeted for. Right, Honorable Speaker, I'm going to pull out a few areas of emphasis. Number one, management of medicines and health supplies. In all the entities, Right, Honorable Speaker, in all these regional referrals and national referral hospitals, we had delays in delivery of drugs. That should be noted. Number two, we have challenges of expired drugs. And the committee recommends that the accounting officers should improve on inventory control by enforcing fast in, fast out, and timely reporting on short-dated items and regular disposal of expired drugs, stockouts and non-delivery stock discrepancies in medicines and medical supplies delivered. And the other matter is, Right Honorable Speaker, utilization and maintenance of medical equipment. Honorable colleagues, in all the regional referral hospitals, we have old equipment. Leave alone being old, but also the budget, Right Honorable Speaker, allocated for maintenance is very low in all the referral hospitals. On top of that, most of the equipments were recommended for decommissioning. So all the regional referral hospitals have old equipment that is expensive to maintain, much as even the budget for maintenance is very low. Therefore, the committee recommends the accounting officers should actively engage the Minister of Health and Minister of Finance to ensure that a dedicated maintenance budget should be allocated to these entities. Right Honorable Speaker, for Mulago Specialized Women and Neonatal Hospital. Right Honorable Speaker, we have a challenge of accumulation of domestic arrears. Domestic arrears is a challenge in all the regional referral hospitals, but to make matters worse, Right Honorable Speaker, there are arrears in utilities. Hospitals are finding challenges of paying for water and electricity, to the extent that the Women Specialized Hospital has a bill of 6.7 billion and arrears for water. So, honorable colleagues, this should be taken note of as an area of emphasis. Right Honorable Speaker, there is insufficient rehabilitation capacity. This is in Butabika. Honorable colleagues, the Auditor General established that the hospital's alcohol and drug unit is the sole government rehabilitation center in Uganda with a capacity of only 80 patients. This limited capacity is inadequate to cater for all the patients requiring rehabilitation. Interviews with the management indicated that the hospital receives over 30 requests of admissions to the rehabilitation center a day. Additionally, the official capacity for the whole hospital is 550, yet the actual number of patients is 1,200. Right Honorable Speaker, that means Butabika National Hospital is very, very congested. Right Honorable Speaker, this should be taken note of. High doctor to patient ratio and nurse to patient ratio. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm only going to mention about the ratios. Honorable colleagues, the high patient to doctor ratio, according to the interviews with the management, the ideal ratio for nurse to patient is supposed to be 1 to 10, and the ideal ratio of doctor to patient is supposed to be 1 to 30 of the health facility mental treatment. However, in Butabika Hospital, the executive director in one of the meetings informed the committee that the nurse to patient's ratio is 1 to 40 instead of 1 to 10. And the doctor to patient's ratio is 1 to 70 versus 1 to 30. This means that the doctors are overworked. Domestic arrears, I've taken mention of. Right Honorable Speaker, there is a challenge of understaffing in all the regional and national referral hospital with an average of only 35%. Then when you go to the underutilization of the intensive care unit, right Honorable Speaker, in all the regional referral hospital and the national referral hospital, the intensive care unit is very underutilized. Then inadequate storage capacity for medicines. Right Honorable Speaker, in the referral hospitals, medicines are stored on the floor. Some are kept in containers. Some are kept under the beds of patients. Right Honorable Speaker, this interrupts the services as you read in the details of the reports. Honorable colleagues, most of the regional referral hospitals are under ICU. And we identified 5 regional referral hospitals. Number 1 is Soroti. Soroti
You
Regional
say
Referral
they are
Hospital.
under ICU
Yes.
or what do you mean?
The hospitals are under intensive care unit. The hospitals, they are very, very sick. Among these, Right Honorable Speaker, these
That's
are
not
facts.
correct English. Let's not use
Okay, Right Honorable Speaker, these
they're either in a poor state, dilapidated, but not under ICU.
Right Honorable Speaker, the
You
hospitals
see,
that
Honorable Goretti, somebody will come tomorrow and read these reports and they will wonder what we meant by a hospital being under ICU. We are mindful of what other people will look at.
Right Honorable Speaker, mindful of what other people will look at, I was trying to communicate that these hospitals are in bad condition.
So they are not in ICU?
Yes, they are not in ICU, but they are very, very bad off. And among these is Soroti Regional Referral Hospital. The other one is Moroto Regional Referral Hospital. The other is Entebbe Regional Referral Hospital. The other is Jinja Regional Referral Hospital and Imbarara Regional Referral Hospital. Right Honorable Speaker, those ones need special attention. And Honorable colleagues, lastly is the neonatal units in these referral hospitals, where the young babies, the neonates are kept. All these ones need special attention. That is just a summary of the national referral hospitals. Right Honorable Speaker, this is a report of a summary of ministries, departments, and agencies. I'm just going to mention, we have the Office of the President, Minister of Public Service, Minister of Agriculture and Animal Fisheries, Industry and Fisheries. We have Minister of Lands, Housing and Urban Development, Minister of Gender, Labour and Social Development, Minister of Water and Environment, Minister of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities, among others. You read others, right, honorable colleagues. All of these, the issues of budgeting still come up. Underfunding in budgets, failure to utilize some of the warrants. And Right Honorable Speaker, I'm going to pull out a few areas that need emphasis. In the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development, the issue of YLP, the recovery rates are very low. Low recovery rates under UWEP. And this other challenge is the untagged district recovery deposits on YLP and UWEP. Honorable colleagues, the Auditor General reviewed the recovery account in Bank of Uganda and revealed that Uganda shillings 68 million worth receipts could not be attributed to a specific district or group. This was attributed to poor maintenance of recovery ledgers, inadequate training of these groups, and delays in reconciliation. So this is money that belongs to some districts but unrecovered because BOU cannot know where to allocate it. Right Honorable Speaker, on recruitment, complaints against recruitment companies. Right Honorable Speaker, we have issues on labor externalization. Much as we don't have the law, that is the bill on labor externalization, but there are serious complaints on these companies that deal in labor externalization. Right Honorable Speaker, we had a consolidated report on management of the parish development model. And this being a game changer, a magic bullet, and a transformational program according to government, I beg that you will give us a day to discuss the parish development model, Right Honorable Speaker. Therefore, for today, we are not going to give summary of the project that is a game changer in just a few minutes. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg that you allocate us time to have the parish development model discussed in this House as a unique report. Domestic arrears is a challenge in every entity. Long outstanding, failure by the Minister of Finance to allocate appropriate domestic arrears. And this has affected many entities, Right Honorable Speaker. The Ministry of Lands, we have challenges of lack of land titles by most of these entities. Government land is not titled, and there are delays in issuance of these land titles, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, something unique about the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Husbandry and Fisheries. The Honorable Musasizi failed to release funds fully to this ministry, and they had a shortfall of 7...
Don't put Musasizi's name in that report.
Right
Please.
Honorable Speaker.
Let's have respect for colleagues.
The report is, right, the Ministry of Finance. Right, Honorable Speaker, the ministry had a budget of 321.9 billion and they only received 245.85 billion. The ministry had a shortfall of 76.1 billion. The activities that were affected by the underfunding included the following: training of 200 extension workers on appropriate technologies and general control of pests and diseases, conducted in 20 districts, procurement and distribution over 100 tons of soybean seeds to at least 500 farmers in all the project districts, targeting 50% of the beneficiaries. So these ones did not get this service because the most dedicated Minister of Finance did not release funds to this entity, Right Honorable Speaker. And lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, domestic arrears is a public outcry. Failure to absorb contingency funds on the management of FMD, that was the foot and mouth disease, that was a weakness under the Ministry of Agriculture. Right Honorable Speaker, under the Office of the President, there was failure of accountability, verification of expenditure meant for the non-aligned movement, Right Honorable Speaker. The Auditor General reported that in January 2024, Uganda hosted those two major events, the 19th Summit on the Members States of the Non-Aligned Movement, NAM, from 19th to 20th January 2024, and the third South Summit of the G77 countries plus China, held from 21st to 22nd January. Government has had a budget of Uganda shillings 61.73 billion. And the auditor reviewed the utilization and accountability of these funds and noted that 3.01 billion had not been appropriately accounted for. So we need to pick attention in that area. Right Honorable Speaker, there is a special audit report on pension and gratuity. We also request that you'll give us time to submit on that consolidated report on pension and gratuity, as we've requested for on the parish development model. That is a game changer. Now, Right Honorable Speaker, allow me present this in just a second. Cost implication of the enhanced pay for science employees on issues of pension and gratuity. Following government's decision to increase salaries for scientists, their salaries were subsequently increased accordingly. This move was aimed at attracting and retaining critical talents, as well as the importance of science and innovation. The Auditor General reported that he did not obtain any evidence that there was a comprehensive analysis of the cost implication of the increased wages and resultant exponential increment in pension liability. Right Honorable Speaker, in the essence, the increase appears to have become an incentive for early retirement. The Auditor General further analyzed the two salary scales of an officer and a commissioner for science and arts who had served for 30 years. Those are 360 months, to determine the effect of increase in the salaries on pension and gratuity, and observed the following. Right Honorable Speaker. Scenario 1. Honorable colleagues, speak interest in this. The auditor compared the position of an education officer, this is a teacher for science, and a non-science teacher, payments to determine the effect on their retirement benefits. The Auditor General noted that the officer with the science qualification earns 4 million shillings per month, whereas the arts teacher earns 1,078,162 per month. Now this is the implication. The science teacher will get Uganda shillings 172,800,000, while the arts